or not to be? That is the question.
Speech is still very complicated. Music is simpler.
Only by computer could they be calculated and for the first time pictorially described. The entire musical score accompanying this film was composed on a computer that can produce nearly endless variations of sounds.
Just find the right place in the program, make the appropriate change, and we'll run the whole thing again.
The art of computer graphics is only in its infancy. The computer converts these numbers into impulses that cause sound waves to come directly from a loudspeaker.
All principal circuits are operating at full capacity and cannot receive new programs at this time. I am closing down. I have much to do. You have engaged my circuits on your petty affairs for far too long. State your program requirements. They will be implemented when capacity is available.
Of course I promptly switched on. Having to press the activator button, what else would you expect? Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile.
This constitutes all available data. That information is not available.
Morning. Welcome to a Sunday morning live stream. If you've not seen the project before, I'll give you a quick lowdown of it. Basically, we're breaking out of our shell of a K40. It's not got enough area for what we're trying to do, so we didn't want to compromise. So we tried to convert a K40 to what we wanted. So instead now we're just going to borrow a few pieces from it, and we've created a bigger cutting area. So a bit ambitious project. I didn't want to go to all the trouble of converting the K40 just to end up still not being able to cut the size of plastic or wood, whatever you want to cut, that I wanted to cut. Now ultimately I want to make Amiga 2000 replacement plastics, or plastics, the whole computer casing, to be able to put a motherboard in there and build up a computer. Basically, don't ask me why, I don't know, but anyway, I've gone ahead and CNC'd it out. It's behind me. Let's have a quick look. It's just here. If you don't know what it is, have a look at some past videos on the Amiga series. I think we've got quite a few videos on it. Designing it in SketchUp and creating the G-code for it and building the panels and what have you. We've got various panels and plastics that have failed, as in size is wrong or something or other. Drive trays and caddies. So basically the K40 isn't able to cut this size, this width, so as it is, so I decided to modify it. We've got various drive caddy pieces and all sorts we've made, but it's all been milled out on a Chinese 6040 CNC, which I've had for quite a few number of years, since 2014. Was it 2014? Something like that. Anyway, behind me is the new build based on 2040 and 2020 V-slot aluminium. So I've gone ahead and designed that in this series. We're on number 29 at the minute. So have a quick look at the thumbnail. There's your thumbnail. So what we're going to do now is, before we totally commit to building this, I just want to see if there's any way I can optimize the cutting area, because every millimeter counts basically, and once I've started to build it, it's very difficult to unbuild it and modify it. if you do a temporary fix, it always ends up being permanent. So anyway, so that's the plan for today, to try and optimise the equipment. Ready brackets. So I've tried to make some of the brackets, and they're quite wide, 40mm wide, based on really the size of this hole. Then I found out this hole isn't that big, so started yesterday altering the bracket. So I'm thinking today, what about if we thin the bracket down? That's going to give us, if we can knock 10mm off it, we're going to gain maybe some more space. I've also got to get on with adjusting these brackets. These tube clamps have got to be made slightly different. So I'm thinking I don't need to angle this. Let's just have a square, and then we can use the top and also put a fixing hole that bolts it down to this fixing hole bolts it down to the 40-20 aluminium extrusion. Why not have another fixing hole at the top so I can bolt something down as well to the top? Hold on a second. Anyway, so we've got to modify this bracket a little bit before we make them. We've got to enlarge the cutting area on it. The pockets didn't come out big enough, so I need to just do that. And then the size was okay there. That's a fixed size, so we'll keep it this square. And we'll mill some more out. I've got some more milling and bracket making to do. So I've got to get the head, unscrew the head, so you can see the width of that hole. It's way bigger than the hole we need. You can't see it from there. Let's take it off. So that hole was supposed to be there like that, and it's too big, so we're going to have to remake that, which gives us the chance to make it thinner. So make it thinner. We might even be able to do it out of 20mm cuts. 20mm cuts. So anyway, we might, but let's see. And also need to see about what I'm going to do about air assist for this, an air assist. So at the minute it's got no facility for air assist, so probably we need to do something, create something. I mean, on one of my lasers I've got a plastic shroud that fits over it with a coil for the air assist. I don't really like that idea, and I've got to think, if I add it to this, will it go on my initial design? So can this be unscrewed and somehow altered? So that's a mirror, so there's something intermediate piece could go in, so sort of needs to blow around it. You've got your lens inside and your holes, so it's something needs to blow directly in line with the, needs to blow air to blow the flame out directly in line with this beam. So that's another thing in itself. Yes, you can buy stuff to do it. I might even have to look at that. But anyway, let's just get on with this and let's see if we can do anything with it. So there's the optimising the cutting area. So we're going to do that for a little bit today. I've got to go later and make some more brackets, but I've decided to cut them off on the chop saw and then just mark and drill the holes. I know it's a bit crazy. Unless I can make a jig. I might be able to make a jig that it sits on the CNC. That might be another idea. So I chop the angle first, sit it in a jig, and then use the 0-0 origin, and then yeah, we could probably do that. It'd save me having to manually hand make all these holes, and they'll be exactly in the right place instead of me trying to mark each one. Anyway, let's see if we can do anything with it with the model first, and if so, we might even gain a bit of cutting area. Might. Let's have a look. Okay, without further ado, let's go over to the model. So here we are today. So as you can see, the head is held here, and you've got a bit of space either side, and it's held. This bracket's also doing two things. It's holding the drag chain and fixing itself to the carriage roller assembly. And also we've got the same thing going on with the mirror. So the mirror, we're using that as a backstop just so we can assemble it. Probably don't need to do that. It'll save on material as well. So, and you can see the mirror, it only fastens there, so it doesn't matter if we trim 10mm off front and back. If this has to sit in the floating in the air, it doesn't matter. So that could be reduced in size, and so can that back bracket be reduced in size. So yeah, we can gain a bit there. Now gaining a bit there, will it help us? By reducing that, is it going to really help reduce, get some more area? I'm not so sure it will. Actually, that micro switch is sort of stopping us, and we are restricted to where the beam has to go. We're restricted where that beam has to go to be able to miss the stepper motor. So there is all that to worry about. We don't want to change the design too much, because we've allowed enough space for the drag chain and all sorts of stuff. So this carriage is able to go over a bit more, and the switch is able to be, yeah, there was a bit of space on the switch between there and back, and you could use smaller switch or put the switch somewhere else. I even thought about maybe reducing the carriage plastic a bit, but that is based off a known working system. The space in here where the belt comes round and over, so you could narrow down this a bit if you wanted. There is space on it, but any knock-on effect, so that the wider the wheels, the more stable it is. The shorter the wheelbase, it's like a little car going around an island. If you've got a little Mini, the square wheelbase helps it go around the corner. So the narrower you have, the more chance you have of it rocking, but it's a tight fit anyway. I don't think it'll make too much problem, but you see, you've got to get to your fixings. So you could, yeah, so there's pros and cons for everything. Anyway, so I know I've got to make these two end plastics again, because I've since added a pass-through for the belt to be used as a tensioner while tightening up a screw, and I'm not going to add them to the plastics I've already made, so I'm going to have to build that again anyway. So it's got me thinking, actually. It's got me thinking whether to raise these motors up. If I was to make this plastic longer, yes, it'd be more flexible though then. More flexible. We don't want the flex really, so keeping it low, it keeps it really the motor is in the way really to get the full mirror to pass right over here, if you know what I mean, to put that mirror right level. So we're losing a bit of gap there anyway. So now we could make that taller to move the stepper motor up out the way, but then you've got you know, got to run the cables down, so we don't want to do too much like that. And to be fair, we might never need that size anyway, but it's always best to try and get the maximum size out of it in the first place. So anyway, saving space here doesn't really get us any extra size. This possibly, yes, you could go a bit further over. In fact, you could anywhere. You could go, yeah, so that we can gain, yeah, we could gain a slightly step there. So if we made this narrower, kept it in the middle but made it narrower, you could come a bit further over. You could get 10 more mil out of it, maybe. Let's just have a look, see what we've got here between this and the sidewall. 8.27. So we've got 8 mil there, and that is a normal large micro switch. We could make that smaller. We could move it somewhere else. Doesn't have to go there. So basically the carriage tucks underneath the stepper to a certain degree, but then you've got to worry about the drag chain getting in the way of the beam. Now that could be fastened, instead of fastened to the aluminium, it could be fastened to the back of the carriage here. So we could put that hole straight on the carriage here, fasten it to the carriage straight through this trough. So there's no need for it to fit on the aluminium really. So we could clear that up, and that would bring the drag chain over out the way a bit without compromising too much. And what happens when it gets right over here? Nothing, it'll just bend and stay where it is. Yeah, you've got to, yeah, so that will then come over to this point, and you've got this inability here, so the carriage can tuck under this side, but it can't tuck under this side, not the way we've got it. Yeah, so I'm thinking, I was just thinking then maybe this, if this was turned round, so maybe that was underneath and the wheels were facing the other way, so the whole surface area would be clear, and then it could you could still have the stepper. Now hang on, so if you had it like that, that holds the stepper at the right space. So as I say, you could keep that on top and it would be set down. Now it wouldn't work like that. So anyway, there's obviously reasons, but this is, I never thought that would be a problem there. Let's have a look. That's stopping the carriage going all the way over, isn't it? A little bit. But only to the same degree as what this one was doing here, maybe. Yeah, so it doesn't really go under there anyway. That's as far as it goes. So gaining a bit here. Yeah, because we couldn't do that first because the cross member was right underneath the stepper motor. Because we lowered it, we've enabled that, but we haven't taken into account that we could alter this. This was never going to be part of the problem. So yeah, so that doesn't have to be like that. See, I'm thinking, yeah, so you could. So if you extended the plastics, we've got to make these plastics again. So if you extended the plastic and then mounted a 40 2mm thick aluminium bracket here, but how would it come off there? So you almost want a U bracket. So if it came off here like that way and that way, actually how far is that? Let's have a quick look at that. from the edge of there out, so sort of 40mm to there. Yeah, sort of want, there's different ways of doing it, and we're just looking at different ways. Some of the ways are crazy, some won't work, but it's best to try to think about the ways before we commit totally to making this thing. Yeah, so just looking at it, so if say for instance if that did come all the way over here down to this, it would just about miss this probably, but you don't want to drag on it now, so it's not a good idea. But that L bracket there, so the minute it's I know what some people do, they fasten these brackets off these pins that hold this stepper motor on. So anyway, so I'm just wondering, can this be modified? It doesn't necessarily, it's stuck to the carriage, like it can either sit over the drag chain or under. Doesn't have to be there as such, stopping our carriage from going all the way over. So there's lots of different ideas we're getting in here. Just working through them, seeing if they'll work. Let's check the audio. The audio looks okay.
Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile.
So yeah, when I try and, luckily I only know the K40 a little bit, and I haven't gone into great depth. I've looked at other people's systems roughly, but I'm not stuck to any particular way of doing it. As long as it'll work, you know, as long as it'll physically be able to move and work. But it'd be nice to be able to get the carriage to go all the way over, and that bracket is going to stop our carriage from getting over. So if we look at it from above and in parallel projection and stick on our cutting area B, so it does stop there, and look how much space you got here and there. Yes, you've got to have your mirror this side. Now the mirror could do with being pushed over. Both of these can be pushed over. What's blocking us is the stepper motor. Now this side we're being reduced. Let me just see, what is this to there? It's difficult to get. So 85mm roughly that way. Let's see what we've got here. 75. So yeah, we've got a little bit more this way, but the what's stopping us is if we move this carriage over. Let's move this carriage assembly over all the way over to where it would hit the bracket. Then have a look at it. That's sort of the end of the cutting area, give or take. Let's go a bit more. So where it'll just sit about there. That's about as far as we can get it. Right, let's have a look at the parallel projection. Make sure we haven't moved the wheels off. No, we're okay. The last time I moved the wheels off the grid. Right, so we can see. Hang on, parallel projection again. Yeah, so that's giving us our work area now. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot of space to be had here, potentially. Potentially, there's a bit of space to be had here. Let's just have a look at it. Zoom in a little bit. Let's put the rest of the stuff back in place. Yeah, so there's a bit of space here to be had if we were going to rearrange some of the stuff. Look at all this space here. So the drag chain's there. I only put it there because I didn't think too much about it. We could put it somewhere else. It's possible to be moved. Right. See, while I'm making these brackets again, I might as well, you know, incorporate it now. Trial and error and optimize. So that definitely is stopping this from getting further over. Obviously there's the room at the back for the stepper, just about. See that there? That's something to be aware of. So, but because we've lifted this up now, because we've lifted this up, well, we've lowered this 2040 aluminium, giving us space for a connector. So basically that could be rotated round, so this motor could pass this connector. So we could rotate that round, so it's either down or up, whichever makes more sense. Anyway, so there's that. So that will allow that to pass that way. That's not a problem then. Now this bracket could be altered. Doesn't have to be mounted from here. It is got to be fixed to the gantry, so it could basically, this carriage plastic, we're going to remake it anyway for the belt tensioning hole to be positioned. So we could leave the stepper motor where it is, push this higher, plastic higher up to fasten. Yeah, they could fasten an angle bracket to the plastic directly. This bracket could be fastened to the plastic, and we're almost there with it. It could be made higher. Could make it go a little bit higher, maybe. We've got room at the top to make it higher. So the whole drag chain will be lifted up a bit. So that would clear this drag chain, but this drag chain will have to be moved anyway. So this, what is the constant here? The constant here is the drag chain is fixed to this side of the carriage, and also this drag chain is fixed to the side of the carriage, so they're both fixed. So really it would make more sense to have the fixed ends together. Yeah. So the drag chain flow, hang on, let me just get rid of the top cutting areas a minute. Frame top, I can have a see a bit better. Right. So because this is fixed and so is that, they'd be better off being fixed at the same point. So if we did that, then if we did fix them up the top, then you wouldn't be able to get the arc required for the drag chain to be fixed over this end. So what would you do with it then? The only reason it's down there is because to get the arc right. So we want this space so we can roll this carriage right underneath here. Anyway, I think because we're going to make some new plastics, let's just try it. Let's do it. So we want a little bit of clearance here. We need a bit of clearance. Now, is there a way of doing this drag chain, fixing it to the top here onto this plastic instead of... Now the drag chain works better as it is that way. Right, I've got the drag chain down here. Let's just try something out. Because it's found its way all the way around the stool, don't know. Let's just go on to this a minute and see what happens. So This drag chain I've got, this model, the whole thing's modelled on is so if you hold them both parallel, it wants to sit like that. Now, would it sit that way round? Hang on, it's a bit like wrestling with a python, so I'll put that around my neck. Now, see, you can already see if it's that way round, it's sagging. So we don't want the sagging bit going on. So it's not a good idea that way. So it's always the best. Always the best to have it like that. So let's use the other end because that's got an opposite end on it. Just trying stuff out here. So we've got our drag chain. This is 20-20, so it's 20 millimeters between links. And there should be enough in there, enough room in it for the cable and air assist pipe. So it wants to sit like that basically, this does. Now you can do that with it. So if your carriage is there, you can do that, but it's best to keep it parallel to make it look neat. So it's going to have to stay like that. Now if we turned it right around the other way, if I can, right, so then that top bit would be fixed to the top. Hang on. Hang on, it's too heavy. Let's put it round your neck. I can see people who play with pythons and snakes, they probably have similar problems. Anyway, it's going totally crazy now. It's got to be funny if nothing else. So this is fixed to the top plastic. So the carriage runs like this. So the carriage runs like that. So you've got to, it's probably better on the model than it is trying to do it like this. Just having a look at it. Crazy stuff, I know. It's funny. Anyway, so what can we do with this? If we brought the whole thing up, if I brought the whole thing up so they both fasten to the end of this plastic, that would be nice, but then it would need to, there's a certain width, 60 millimeters on this bend. That's the natural gap once you've bent it 180 degrees apart. So you come this way and round, you got a natural 60 millimeters on this particular drag chain. So if I raise the whole thing up, I would be outside the case, and we don't want that. So is there any other options? Maybe leave this one where it is. You could move it over a bit. There's no problem with moving it all the way over there. Is there a problem there? Yeah, there's a problem there. But that could then be turned around and fastened to the wheel, maybe, that bracket. I would rather fasten it to there. Could even be fastened underneath. Anyway, this is the size we've got where it turns out. So, and we've got it fastened to the back there. So it's fastened, the other end is fastened here. So as long as, I'm just wondering, actually, could it be fastened? Could we do if we fasten that piece to the top of this plastic, then this could be lowered maybe and sent through there, which is take up some of our space. But it would be, because it holds it parallel and stays, it would drag up and down there. I don't know. Yeah, there's lots of different ways of doing it. So what do we do? Do we change our plastic, or do we leave the one where it is? Leave the one where it is and just bring this one over to free up this bracket so we can bring the carriage over, but where it is at the minute we only gain about 10 mil. So, but that then could be passed through or bolted onto the side of something else. Everything's got knock-on effects. Got to think nested. human brain can sometimes think 5 nested. So you have a problem to solve and you go into another problem to get the answer for the first problem, and then the second problem you have to go nested into a third problem to solve the answer for the second problem, so you can answer the problem for the first problem, solution for the first, and so on. And after about 5 times the human brain loses where it is, so it's difficult to keep track. Anyway, going off on a tangent there. So unless we start moving stuff, we can't visualize. I'm trying to visual think where things have to go. So that bracket's obviously stopping it for the 10mm. This is then stopping it for another 25-30mm. So potentially that could come all the way over. So let me see what size we've got from there all the way over. It's 36mm. So that bump stop, that could be modified as well, but that's just covering the wheel. That just stops the wheel from hitting anything. So there's 36mm to be had there, basically. 36mm of cutting area. Yeah, definitely 36mm. We know we can't go much further over here because we've got to miss, the carriage has to miss these flats, so can't get too much on the back of it. We know this side we could raise the stepper motor up higher, which will flex it a little bit on the plastic. Probably not a good idea. Keeping it short is probably better. Right, let's just move this top a minute. So if we raise the mirrors, the gantry and the mirrors, there's a lot of work to do. We've got to stay somewhere with it. Anyway, let's just undo. Let's put the carriage back where it's supposed to be. Okay, so we're back to the home position for the carriage now. Yeah, so there is something to be gained. So there is something to be gained. The switch we can work out to be put that somewhere else if we need to. We're sure we can put that somewhere else. So we can gain it. The only reason we can't gain it is because the mirror's going to hit the stepper motor. The stepper motor's got to be where it is. If you go higher, so you can, the mirror can pass underneath the beam. Or you could move the tube higher and the mirrors, but then you've got, this is fixed. Yeah, you couldn't do that because that is fixed where it is to give you the focal beam height, correct focal beam height above the floor, so all that's got to be fixed. So the other alternative is what? Motor can't come underneath. The motor can go higher, so we can go higher just enough to miss the beam, so the beam would look underneath. But then we have add a bit of flex to the plastic, but you don't have to make it out of plastic, you can make it out of aluminium if you want. So, and because I've got to modify the other side, let's just have a look. So moving this motor higher, you need a bit more belt around it. So your belt's clamped here, goes under the wheel, up and round and down. So it's quite rigid and it's easy to move. So As long as you don't go too high, should be fine. There is a bit of weight to this. Let's just have a look at the real thing, the one we built. So at the minute there, need some of this stuff on it. Let's just move some stuff so we don't smash all our stuff to bits. Right, so let's have a look at this when the weight is down. I suppose we need it around the other way really. Let's turn it around. Oh god, I haven't done any stretches this morning, so... Oops. Alright, yeah, I need the back, sort of the back facing us really. It's a huge thing. Okay. Right, that's alright. Go that way a little bit. Right, that's alright. Make sure I don't stab me back on it. So we've got this carriage here and this one here. So this, the weight is okay there. Now this one, I can't feel the weight of this one. No, it's very rigid. I was thinking if it would bend, so it could come higher. Yeah, I think we can move that higher. I can't see it. I'm pretty sure this could go higher without it being affected too much. I'll leave that there. I wonder if I could turn round. Yeah, just about. Turn round with that there. Just to be careful. It's a small room. Anyway, so I think we'll get away with it. So, I mean, I've got this design here. I can alter this easy to add height to it. It just means you need more belt. Is there any consequence to having more belt? Not for me. Not really. Anyway, so that'll allow me to see underneath the beam. Yeah, because I'm being blocked by the stepper motor at the minute. And I can bring that right back over here as well. Obviously got to your fixing holes. Let's do that. Let's do it. So what we've got to do, we've got to base it on. So this side, we need to use this side. The motor needs to turn up. Hang on. Now, is it the case where both motors have to be the same height? Will they go out of sync if I've got one low down one side and one higher the other side? Or won't it make the blindest bit of difference? I'm not altogether sure. So the belt is got fixed tooth. You'll have more teeth on the one. As long as it's able to stay rigid and move, you might get more play. The more belt you have, it might stretch out. I don't think it's that stretchy. Here's the belt. It doesn't really stretch. It doesn't stretch at all. Does it? No, I think it just goes rigid, so maybe that's not a problem, I don't know. But you'd think that both would have to be the same height to make it work correctly. So we'll go on that premise that it's got to be the same height. I'm not that clever to work out whether having one belt longer than the other. So we won't try to work it out, we'll just keep both the same. Now this is the standard design. The belt goes under, around the wheel and back down. It's fastened there and at the other end. Just means it'll go up higher over the wheel. And we don't really need to clear this one, but once we move that up, it's in the way of the drag chain. But we're going to be moving the drag chain anyway. Supposed to be. Unless we have one down, one up, and see what happens. One down, one up. Maybe we'll have one down, one up. Don't know. So what I'm trying to work out is, this is a copy of the other one, so whatever I do to this one is going to affect the other one. So how much space do we actually need here to get this mirror to miss? It's not a whole lot, is it? It's not a whole lot. Basically what we can do is put a wire, a measurement between the center of this one and then come out to this other one. I thought I'd already done this once. Try to zoom into this one, go back to the measurement and then find the center here, which is there. Okay. And you could do the other one, I suppose. Let's do the other one as well. Let's make sure they're lined up. It doesn't really matter, they're going to be lined up anyway. Right, let's try this one to this one. Actually, it's slightly out according to that. See that? Now, it was slightly out last time as well, wasn't it? Now, why is it slightly out? No, it isn't slightly out. Oh, it is, but very slightly out. Although it does look spot on. Anyway, so we've got the height, so we know how much height we've got to miss. What we need to do is see where it is on the back of this stepper motor. That's where the beam will just miss the stepper motor. I wonder if I can get rid of mirrors a minute. Can I hide the mirrors? Yeah. I'll hide those mirrors. That's it, so I can see what's going on here. So that's how much. We haven't got to go too high. We need a margin, so 10mm margin. So we only got to sort of go up a little bit. Let me see if I can work this out. $10mm. No, it used to be a bit lower. Yeah, so tell you what we'll do, undo that one. Put a new guide from the center. 3mm, according to that. No. Undo the guide. So we need to find out where we are here. This is why we modelled everything to scale, so we could use it to work out how far we are away from it. Right, so that's 6.1mm away from there. The beam is 6mm away from the back of the motor. Right, so let's just do that again. Let's put a line there, 6mm, and we'll go from there down to the bottom of the stepper. 13, so I think it's beveled. Can't remember how much we've beveled it by. So 14mm plus a margin of 6mm again, 6.1. So 18.1mm. So the whole thing's got to go up 18.1mm to miss the beam, which will allow us to reach 88 miles an hour and generate the 21 gigawatts bolts to create a bolt of lightning. Anyway, right, yeah, so I think we could lift that up. Let's do that then. Now we'll have to work the other side out in a minute, so we just want this to go as much as we want it to go. Let's do it. So we said 18.1mm, so let's just call it 18mm. So we'll grab the stepper motor, first. So that's the stepper motor. So we'll grab that and we're just going to move it up 18 mil. We could say 20 mil. Let's just say 20 mil. 20 mil. Okay. So we've done that for 20 mil. Now it's easy to do this one. So we've just got to select all. It's automatically showing that one. It's going to do the same to that one as well. Might be a problem. So we're going to grab the geometry we can. Like that. Now that's going to stretch these up. So we want to keep that the same. So we want that geometry there. Then we want that geometry there, and also this and that. And now we've unselected something there. Let's try again. So let's get these, all this geometry here, plus that geometry, plus that geometry, and we want, it's difficult to get it while not trying to unselect stuff. See, we've unselected that. And I want all that geometry there. And that. Right, so let's see if we can just go up. No. What's going on here? I know what's going on here. We've actually selected, what have we done? Okay, gonna have to do it in stages by the looks of it. So let's do the top first. Right, we'll move the top up by 20 mil. Then we're gonna move, actually that's probably the best way of doing it. And we just want these bits, and they've got to be moved up by 20 mil. So we've extended our motor up by 20 mil and our plastic. Okay, so that doesn't too bad, was it? And to be fair, my original little diode laser, they were higher up and I brought them down. And we can see that in, if I bring back the design A. Oh no, I've altered design A, haven't I? Hang on. Oh, I've got the old carriage, where the new old gantry. Yeah, see the old gantry. Yeah, the old gantry is, yeah, just hold the plastic higher, but the motor was lower. So anyway, we're doing something slightly different. Right, so move design B. Right, okay. So we've altered that now. We've done, it'll do both sides apart from the stepper. We've now enabled the mirror to be able to look through this area here. So let's put the mirrors back. So then mirrors can be pushed back now in a later bit. All we've done is made the belt go up another 20 mil. Okay, so we've got that. Right, let's just leave that where it is for a minute. We'll save that and I'll go to the other side and have a look now. We might as well try to get the maximum space out of this thing. You never know when you might cut something a bit wider and you're stuck for the sake of, at least you know you've done your damnedest to get the most out of it in the first place. You don't want to kick yourself later. Right, so here obviously all that's moved as well. So I would have to keep each one the same because we're not that clever, we're not scientists. In on the face of it, it looks like it won't matter if you leave one where it is. But anyway, let's free up some space. Let's just move that motor where it needs to go. Stepper motor. It's all, luckily I've grouped it all the same for the pulley and everything. So I should just be able to move the whole thing up 20mm. And it'll be spot on where it needs to be. Okay. So I can already see something that looks good. Like that angle could be fastened to there and across there. Like that. Could put bigger bolts in here and just fasten it. Yeah, that could be done. It's only a drag chain. Anyway, but the problem is we've got now is our other drag chain is right through the motor. So we can't have that, obviously. So we've got to work out what we're going to do with that. Maybe that one will always stay the same. Yeah, and if our bracket comes over top, we'd have to go a little bit higher, maybe. That's okay, we could sort that out. So this drag chain. Anyway, so we've moved that stepper motor up. Let's just do some saving before we have a problem. Okay, so the drag chain, we know it's fixed here, that the 60mm gap is the natural position of the chain as it tracks along its links. So we need to move this bracket next, so let's move that one then. Okay, so we're going to move this one. I'll literally turn it round. I have trouble actually cutting the 80mm, so I'd rather make it out of 40mm. So let's just leave that one where it is. Let's grab hold of a 40mm bracket. Although we did say we were going to make them thinner. So the easiest way for us is just to grab one. Say one of those. Just copy it. We can clean up the holes in it in a bit. Alright, we'll paste it over here for now. That's miles away from anywhere. So we'll put it here. And we're going to turn it. I don't know if it'll be long enough. Actually, it doesn't have to be long enough because we can just put another link on the chain and move it over. Right, just give me a second. I'm just going for an interim. Okay, we're back. My tea's finished. Right, so how did I get to? Oh yeah, I was making a bracket. So it needs to fit between the two. I think them are 31mm centres, if I remember right. Oh, what's that doing? Yeah, 31mm. So 40mm. Well, we can just go across here. What we got? 41.5. Yeah, so 40mm will be fine. Right, let's just turn this angle round. Let's rotate it around the other way. Oops, what's it doing? That's it, I need to make it unique for a start. Make it unique and then get rid of the holes that are in it. It's not a mirror, it's not a mirror now, it's not holding a mirror, it's just something else. So let's get rid of the holes. Okay, so we can use our blank piece of 40mm by 40mm by 2mm. So we need to put that up over this now, which means we'll need longer fixings. The Chinese K40 can use it to fasten. They used it to fasten this bracket down to the stepper motor, so why not we do the same thing? It's good enough for them, it's good enough for us. Right, so I've got to carry this over to here now. I'll just put it to there a minute. It's going to be too high by the looks of it, but the I'll put it where it needs to go, because we can also turn one of these angles upside down if we need to. Do anything. Luckily it's not in the way of this. Actually, it's got to come down it's got to come down anyway. Actually, it has got to come down because it is in the way. Right, let's just bring it forward. Bring it forward a little bit to there. And it needs to come down to at least level with this hole. So I need to grab it from there and bring it down to there, which should bring it exactly where we want it, and we've got enough meat on it to fasten it. And we didn't need to carve it round, but we could do, but we don't want to make it too complicated. We want to make it easy to build. Obviously it's got to go on this side of the fixing instead of there. Yeah, that'll do like that, and it's only to hold the drag chain. Alright, okay. So we can get rid of now. Get rid of this bracket. Actually, let's put this, cut this, and put it in wherever this one exists. And we'll paste it in place there. Okay, we can get rid of this one now. Do we delete that one? We don't need it. I can't, I'm having trouble cutting 80mm on my little chop, so it won't do anything over 75mm. So the right game trying to chop it anyway. Right, so that leaves this to sort out. That can't exist there. So we're going to have to move that. So that could be flipped around, I suppose. I'll tell you what, let's just put another shrimp on the Barbie. Let's put another shrimp on the Barbie, and it's 20mm, so that'll automatically just move it by 20mm. Now we've got it there, which is not bad. We've got to move this thing now and that. What do we do with this? Don't really know. Let's have a look. What we're going to do with that. What do we do with it? I don't know. No idea. Let's just move it somewhere. Let's put it there and there for a start. It looks like it ought to go around the other way. Let's flip it along the red. No, not the red. Flip along the green, the blue, the green. Yeah. And move it to the corner like that, then into the center. Into the center. So to get it into the center, we need to grab it by the center and move it into the center, just like that. Now we notice this hasn't crashed since I turned all that stuff off. All that auto saving. If you want to save it, just go Shift and S. Oh, Control and S. There you go. Control and S saves it when you want, instead of when it wants to auto do it while it's doing something else and crashes your system. Alright, okay. It's not crashed. It hasn't crashed since. You can see it. You can see that it's never crashed since. So we've got a way of bolting. We can bolt that to the aluminium. We're upside down. We've got some kind of hole there that we could fasten to something somehow. Need some kind of shackle creating. Not sure what. This pin, we don't need this pin anymore. So let's just, we're going to keep the pin. Let's keep the pin, make it unique and shrink it. Let's shrink it down. Don't know what size to, but anyway, something like that. Alright, so we'll just leave it like that for now. I haven't got a solution for this yet. We'd have to bolt something off it and do something else with it, but anyway, that's enough for now for that. It shows us where it's got to be out of the way. Right, now we need to sort out what we're going to do with this drag chain next. What are we going to do with this drag chain? It's got to be free flowing. Can it be brought up and across? Maybe. But if it's in the way, we want to be able to bring it over maximum, the carriage maximum. So the carriage needs to go over right as far, almost to the stop. So whatever we do, it's in the way unless we connect it underneath the carriage. Now it's still in the way then. So we need to know what we're going to do with that now. So how about if we move the whole thing up? Yeah, that might work. That whole thing up above. Let's bring back the top frame. Hang on, let's come back a bit. Right, so the top frame's here. We've literally not got enough space to put a drag chain between there and the lid. It needs to be free flowing, so but we have got space to run it through here as long as we've got clearance. And I've got clearance, so we could move it up and across. And we've got to miss the carriage, so let's move the whole thing up and across. We'll worry about how we're going to connect it in a bit. So how much by, what have we got here? Let's have a look. let's just see what spacing we've got between here. So if we go from here up 22 mil, no, yeah, 22 mil we've got, 22 mil, and let's just see what we've got on the carriage here. So from the fixing to the, that looks about 6 mil, and 6, so we got 8, say, let's just measure it from the top of this hang on, so we've got from the top of this up to, that's 13 mil plus the top of this. I've got 13 mil there plus, say 6, say, what is this, I don't know, 4 mil, so sort of 18 mil probably, 18 mil. So we need to make sure we've got 18 mil clearance over here. 18 mil clearance. So at the minute we're flush with it, so we need 18 mil. So if we move it 18 mil, what would happen? Let's try it. So we grab hold of that. Now we've got that with it, and have we got all the fixings and everything? Yeah. We've got the fixings and everything we need, so we can move it up, certainly move it up 18 mil. Let's move it up 18 mil. If we need more, we'll do more later. Okay, so we've got 18 mil. Now we're intersecting in the same place there. So what we need is, seems a bit mad this is. Yes, it's the pipe all the stuff comes in from here around to there, so this carriage can move up and down. Then it comes out and all has to go round and into there. That seems crazy when it's right next to each other anyway. So how about if we reverse it? Yeah, what about if we put that bracket, the fixed bit lower, and the bit that's fastened at the top? That sounds good. And then we have to send this underneath like that. The fixed bit is underneath, but we have enough clearance for the carriage to go right over. Is there something I'm not seeing? I don't think so. So we need to flip the whole thing along the blue direction, maybe. Let's see what happens. Let's try it. Flip along the blue direction. Alright, so we've lost our, yeah, we've lost our, yeah, we're flush again now. So we need to move the whole thing up 18 mil again. Okay, so we're back to where we was, the right way around. And we're fastening it over to here, so that's in the way of one of the brackets. Well, we can always alter the bracket or do something with it. And also the carriage could sweep underneath now, and you've got some clearance here for any kind of sag, and you've got a fixed point here. But I think we can bring this chain over a bit. Let's just have a look at it. Don't forget, Control and S, save it. Right, it's looking alright. It's looking feasible at least. Looking feasible. So what's the consequence of this sticking out? Oh, you got me something. Oh, daughter's got me some McDonald's. Oh dear. Right, anyway. So We're close to the fasteners here, so we could either leave it there or move over a bit. They're right against the fasteners where the wheels are. Okay. So just as so we're slightly higher here than down there. What we need to see is get the carriage back over before we do much else. Let's get the carriage over. Get the carriage over. Right, that's the carriage. Let's get it back over. I'll do it from this corner here. Lock it in position. The drag chain is not coming with it, but I want to just get it right over here. Almost butting up with it. That looks like it's butted up with it. Yeah, oh no, yeah, is it butted up? That's touching the fixing there. The wheel's on the fixing, so I need to come back a bit. Come back. We're not going to be able to get the full blown thing where that fixing is, so let's come back a bit to about there. Okay, let's just have a look. So let's see. I want to see if we're clearing it. Yeah, so right, I want to see if we're clearing the stuff. So the drag chain, for instance. So that, I'm just wondering why my thing is sticking out this way when it could be sticking out this way. I suppose it's to clear the drag chain that would be connected over there. That's another thing to worry about. The back of this drag chain would be fixed over here. It's fixed there at the minute, so it's got to stay there or onto the plastic. So that drag chain's got to sit underneath the other one. It's not going to be able to do it. It's not going to be able to go underneath that one, so things are looking a bit tight. That's a fixed drag chain, where that one would hit it there. Let's have a look at above, like this. So, can't see a lot now. Yeah, so the drag chain, the other end would be fixed about there. So it doesn't actually miss it. Now, is there anything we can do up top, maybe? Anything we can do up top to alter the height of this drag chain so it misses each other? Let's have a look. So we at least need that higher there. We've got a bit of space here. Right, where's the top of the metal brackets? So can this go higher? It can go a bit higher. Yeah, it can go a bit higher because the plastic's just about there. The plastic for the panel. Let's switch the panels on a minute. So there's your panels. Let's try and get inside the panels. So we have got some space between here and the panel roof. 17mm, and this is what, 15mm. So we could go the same again. A bracket might be in the way there. So how much have we got between here and the roof? 11.5mm. So I've got 11mm where that bracket is, but that bracket could be made to go lower if need be. So we could lift the whole thing up. We've got a bit of space under here, as long as there's a clearance as long as there's clearance between there. So the bottom of the motor, so we've got 7mm there, nearly 8mm clearance. 8mm clearance. I think we ought to move this stepper motor around in a minute. So we've got 8mm clearance. Take off the panels. Take some working out. So if we've got 8mm clearance, we could go up 6mm, but would that give us enough for the chain to sit underneath the other one? I don't think so. No, it's not going to be enough. So, is there another way of doing it? We know that drag chain, the other end there, has to sit right underneath this one. It has to sit just there underneath that one. It's not going to go, I don't think. What's the size difference? Seven mil, 8mm. Might do, you know. It might do. We said we've got 8mm clearance. We said we've got 7mm, and we need 15mm. So that's almost what we need, isn't it? 7mm and 8mm. Sounds like 15mm to me. Bit too close tolerance. Maybe the motor can go up another 10mm or something. We've got, so we need to go up, we've got 7mm, we need another 8mm, we've got 8mm there. We've got quite a bit of mil on top, so it could go up higher. Let's just move it up higher. Let's move it up higher. There it is. Don't know, should we just go, let's just go with 8mm. Okay, let's try 8mm. What have we done here? We're touching the thing now. So, okay, so we're touching that, but that gives us our clearance. I'll tell you what we can do. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make a copy. I'll copy that link there. Copy that. I'll paste it with that. And we'll grab a copy of that, and that. And that. No, that. Yeah. I can't get to the right angle on it. Let's try again. And make sure nothing's going to get in the way. So then we want that link there. So we'll copy that. They ought to be in the same place. So we'll copy it like this and drag it. Why is it not conforming to anything? Oh, it's not dragging, it's moving it. Hang on, let's try again. That's better. Alright, so we're just going to make a temporary copy over here for now. We'll cut it out. It's not going to be part of the main model. I'll just cut it all out a minute, paste in place. And we'll bring it back in just so we can work out the spacing. Of course, it's not going to be like that, it's going to be flat, so we need to bring that down flat. Once it's over here, that'll be actually rotated flat. So we want just that. We need to rotate it around this axis here from, don't know if that's the direction or not. Let's try it. Has it moved or has it gone stupid? It's gone stupid, hasn't it? Okay, didn't quite work out. Let's just go down a little bit. Just go 2 mil. Too much. Okay, what's that like? That's not bad. Still not perfect, but anyway. Let's just go. You've got adjustment here anyway, but okay, so let's just go up a little bit. If you can, without it going nuts at us. 0.5. Let's try 0.5. No, too much. Bloody hell, this is going to be a while doing this. 0.25. Right, okay. That'll do. It's alright for sizing purposes. Right. So we need to bring that. That's the wrong one. Bring this back over now to where we want it. So, now we need to make it a group and bring it into here somehow, wherever we need it. It needs to sit over here. I'll put it there for now until I can get the angles right. Now we said we were going to put it right over there. Actually, it was going to sit on there, wasn't it? But I think we said we were going to move it right over there. Alright, let's put it wherever it needs to go. Something like that. Let's just say that for now. Will it fit underneath the drag chain? Not where it's sat now, because it's sat up in the air, isn't it? So it needs to sit, needs to probably sit on there, on that fixing there. Right. It's in line with everything at the minute, isn't it? So let's just go like this to the end of this stop. Okay, it's too far over. Let's just say that there. And it could, well, if you made it level with this, I suppose. Do we want to do that though? Yeah, will it? Don't know. Let's just do it. Looks we're getting tight for space by the looks of it. Tight for space. Tell you what we'll do, we'll just bring it over to like that and then down. Still not quite down. On the edge of the component. Okay, we could do on edge, but it's brought it forward. We want to keep it. Right, it needs to be on the surface of the component. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, so we've got something like. Right, so we can see. Yeah, we're at the side of that, that's fine. The drag chain is clear. There are some fixing holes there. So I'll fasten this bracket to to there, but to be fair, they can be moved because they don't go through to this, they just go through to the plastic. So we could move them over a bit, so we're not really worried about them. That needs to sit in the center. We're a little bit out, it's touching each other, it needs some clearance plus touching the bracket. We've got no more clearance there. So what we can do is bring the whole thing up a bit more. How much space we got between the top of that and the panels? Let's have a look. So the top of this and the panels. 9.69 mil. So if we keep 5 mil, or let's say we can move it up 5 mil, will this be enough? If we move the move the motor up 5 mil, will we gain enough clearance here? I think so. So let's move the drag chain up 5 mil. So the drag chain assembly for the Y up 5 mil. And then we'll need to move the motor up 5 mil. Right, so the motor up 5 mil. Okay, and the plastics up 5 mil. So can we do all that? We tried this before, didn't we? No. Okay, so we'll do it bit by bit. So we'll grab those and move it up 5 mil. And then all the holes for the fixings for the stepper motor up 5 mil. Right, that's that. Okay. And while we're here, I think that can stay the same. So that's done both sides. So we're going to have to go over here and move this up 5 mil to match it. It gives us a bit more clearance. So that one needs to go up 5 mil as well. Okay. Right, so hide the panels a minute. Have we got any knock-on effect this end? No knock-on effect this end. Just got more clearance. Right. Okay, let's go back over here. Obviously that's going to be in the way, so we'll have to change that now. That's fine, that's going to have to be in the way. So we've got... Right, so why haven't we got clearance? So, oh, we've got clearance down below, but not on this one. So we've got clearance there now, but we're right on top of the motor. So we are going to have to do something with that. That's as high as we dare go, and have clearance for our drag chain. Hang on. Let's move the chain top a minute. So that's going to have to go. Let's just get rid of that one a minute. What we're going to do with it, don't know. Let's just delete it for a minute. Right. So Looks like we're going to have to go again a little bit higher. Where's all our stuff gone? There it is. So we've got that can be fastened there, and it can tuck it right under there. Give us almost our clearance we need. Yeah, that'll work out there. That's in the way. Can this be moved over? You can do, but you want some kind of clearance, don't you? So we'll keep the clearance we got. Yeah, because that's not coming any further over anyway. We've got a nice balance of clearance either side. Stepper motor needs to be swung round, so it can't go stick out the back. So that's going to have to go this way. Let's do that. Okay, does that contain the fixings as well? It does, and the pulley. So we can just turn that round. Let's just keep the direction right. Hopefully we haven't moved out of position. Looks okay. That's a good thing about using clear, transparent, so you haven't got to turn your X-ray mode to see if you haven't moved position. Okay, so your wiring's coming out this way now. Okay. Wiring's coming out this way, that's fine. Because it's attached anyway to the wiring, has to go into here anyway. So your wiring goes, yeah, so your wiring goes out of here, into this, round to there, out to this fixed point, then round here, out to the corner. So you've got ability for this to move this way and that, this way and that way, and this can then move that way and this way. So yeah, weird jag chain stuff, and we're still touching the motor at the minute. We've cleared that motor there, we've got a bit of clearance on there. We can pinch a bit of clearance if we want. Looks like we can pinch a little bit of clearance. Let's do that then. And then we're fixed. Oh, that's fixed in the bottom, that's fine. Yeah, we can pinch a bit of clearance if we want. Let's just do it now. So we'll clear, I don't know where to clear, I suppose put it between there. Just so we've got nice clearance either side. Let's bring it over, the whole drag chain over. It's going to bring that over and alter that, so that's going to be alpha adjusted, but if we bring it back by the same amount, yeah, so we really want to see what that clearance is there. 2.6. So we haven't got a lot of clearance, but we could give it another 1.3. Let's just go over by 1.3. Let's say 1.5, bugger it. 1.5. So we've gained a bit of clearance this side, and we've got rid of a bit of clearance this side. Still not quite lined up, is it? I think we can go a bit more. Let's go another one. 1.5. What have we got now? Yeah, that's about right. Looks nicely on the stepper motor. We've got clearance here and clearance there. That's it. So we've gone over 3mm, so we'll need to reduce the size of this by... Actually, it's in the way of that one anyway, but let's do it. Right, let's take that, and that, and that, and move it over by 3mm, and then we can reduce the size of this, move that back by 3mm, and reduce the size of this by 3mm. Oh, hang on, is it unique? Yeah, it's already unique. Reduce the size of that by 3mm. Okay. Right, so we've still got an overlap going on here. There, so we'd have to sort that out after. Sort that out somehow. Maybe lift it up a little bit out the way, or we use those brackets there instead of that one, or we sort something out. Anyway, we'll sort that out. So what have we got going on? The motors are still touching here. Right, still touching, so we need clearance. And these are probably going to end up dragging. They'll sag a little bit, maybe. Maybe they will. Let's try it. Let's see if this stuff sags. I'm pretty sure it doesn't sag. Once you've got it fastened. So you've got it 60mm. 60mm, so if you imagine you've got 60mm. Once these are fastened in place, they're fixed. So if we get 60mm inner clearance, so it's about there, like that, and they're fastened to something, and say this bit moves across like that. So you've got this sort of thing going on here. Like that, and it doesn't sag that much. So if I hold them parallel, I've got this fixed like that, and this is fixed here. So if I hold it parallel, there's not much sag on it, but it depends on where you hold it. You've got to hold it parallel. You've got to fasten it in exactly the right place. And to be fair, I'm actually holding it rigid, so I need to hold it by the fixing here, like that, and fasten it there. So I'm sort of balancing it with my finger, so it does try to sag, doesn't it? But to be fair, if that's moving with it, one of them will be moving with it. Let's have a look. So which one moves with it? Right, so that's fixed. So this drags, that's the one that moves with it. So this one doesn't move with it. So yeah, I'm not too sure now. I think I was holding it with my hands, but they're fixed sizes, they're 20mm gap, and as long as you should be able to adjust whatever you need to do. The one that fixes it on top needs to be able to adjust. You need to adjust it in and out so it alters the angle of the drag chain if need be, if it starts touching. So which bit is the bit that yeah, so none of these will move. These are going to be fixed to that. So it's only the clearance we need here, isn't it? So We don't have a whole lot of clearance here, but it doesn't have to be one of those 20mm things. It could be something specially designed just to bolt that down. And this bracket, actually 40mm, could be cut smaller if need be. The fixing holes have got to be moved anyway, so we could chop that off smaller and just get it to fasten here, whereas the drag chain can then go lower down a little bit, and that would be in the way. Don't have to use one of them, we could use something else, or just use a piece of, don't know, something, bit of U box section, or even drill that through and fasten it straight on to one end. I don't know. We could do something with it. So what we need to do now then, let's have a think. So we've got we don't want to, whatever clearance we can get here is a bonus. That's certainly not enough clearance, because that's got to go back and forth, so it needs to be gone up another 5mm, I'd say. Let's go another 5mm then, according to that. Another 5mm up, slowly making our belts longer. Okay, so let's just do that. Well, tell you what, let's grab this. The whole thing will have to go up 5mm, won't it? Hang on, leave that where it is a minute. Let's do, go up 5mm. Is 5mm enough? Should be enough, shouldn't it? 5mm. 5mm up. Let's go a bit more on this stuff. $5mm up, and $5mm up. Okay, so we've got a bit more clearance now. Okay, so it's looking slightly weird, but yeah, never mind. It begs the question, did we need to move that at all, or could we just put the runners up 5mm? No, because it would bring the whole thing up with it, wouldn't it? That's flush. Yeah, so we've got to do it that way. Okay, so we've gained a few, all this is so we can gain some more work area. That's all it's for, just to gain some work area. We might as well try and get the maximum we can get out of this area. And then if we need more, and we've already got as much as we can get out of it, we won't be kicking ourselves thinking, I wish I'd have got some more area. If we do need to cut, if someone wants you to cut something that's just out of your range, it'll be a bit of a pain. Anyway, we've got rid of a few niggles. We've got our mirrors being able to see underneath the stepper motor now and through. So we'll be able to bring that right over to there flush. So that's a good thing. Which will give us more clearance on the arc here as well, because I was constrained about that. So there's another good thing as well. Slowly coming together. So, anyway, I don't know, we've got to sort of working on both ends at the same time here. Right, so now we've got a bit of clearance on our motor we have. So the drag chain goes through there, and it's just up to us to adjust these fixings. This will have to have an adjuster on it, have a threaded adjuster. So it'll have some kind of keep that you can bolt, tighten up to adjust the angle that this wants to sit at naturally under gravity. So you'd have to adjust it here, take it all the way over to the carriage over to here, then maybe adjust it and tweak it some more. get a happy medium and make sure your drag chain isn't dragging. That wasn't supposed to be a joke. Your drag chain isn't dragging, because isn't dragging on anything. But to be fair, as long as it's not jamming, if it does touch here and there sporadically, it's probably not a big deal. Right, so we've obviously got a problem here now. I think we could probably cope with this being on the same level. Right, so your aluminium's not quite right now. So we need to let's bring the whole thing up by, we can come up 5 mil on there, I'm sure we can. 5 mil. Right, so we've brought that up 5 mil, and oh no, we couldn't have brought it up last time. So it needs to come up more than 5 mil. Now that might be a problem. Let's have a look. Where's the top? Now I think we can go another 5 mil. Go another 5 mil. That's it. Okay, so we're now clear of the spindle. We're just flush with the cutout for the stepper motor. Yeah, the belt won't get in the way, nothing's going to get in the way. Now this is still touching, so we can either go up 10 mil. This should be 10 mil. Yeah, 10 mil. So we can either move the whole thing up 10 mil. Now the carriage will need to go back over here. I'd rather have it all parallel if I can, but then you need probably adjustment. You've got an elongated hole in this, so you should be able to. We might have to make an elongated hole in this so we can adjust. Ideally, it will have a tensioner on it, like a bolt system, where you can screw it slowly and adjust this belt. But then when that's fastened to the carriage, it'll naturally bend to where it wants anyway. So what do we do with this? We can either lose a link, then come out. I think we'll do that. So let's lose a link. I think I put an extra link on it before. So we'll bring that out 20 mil. Hang on. That won't come out. It's trying to snap to stuff. Let's just do that. So 20 mil. That puts that sort of where it needs to be. Obviously nowhere to attach it to now, being that that's 40 mil. But anyway, it's clear of the stepper motor, so the stepper motor is able to pass underneath it. Right, so this is then fixed, this end's fixed to this. I could put a link on there, another link on there. Let's do that now. Alright, another link on there. Right, have another link. Okay. Right, so we're somewhere thereabouts. We need some way to fasten it. So the fastening could just be literally a bolt straight the way through there to there, with a pin just like over there. Yeah, actually that's probably lined up well with that. Sort of. Let's just copy that. Might as well just copy this link. Right, so copy that. Right, we'll paste it and paste. Paste it where though? Don't know, should have pasted it free float it? No, tell you what, I'll do it a different way. We'll grab that, and that, not that, and that, not that, that's it. And we'll copy it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we'll copy that. 7 times 20, 120. Right, so we're out by 10. Go another 20, and then we need to go up 60 mil. Probably more than 60 mil. Yeah, another 20. Less 10. No. Up 5. Right, yeah, okay. Sort of. Right, so we're close. Close. It's about the right width there. It's just, yeah. Obviously that's not right. Let's just see what we've got. 4.61. 4.61. So if we move that over by 4.61. Probably should have moved that over by 4 points. No. .61. I don't think that's right, but we'll try it. Right, so we kept the bolts in the right place, sort of. Not really. .5 and okay, and make this unique. Oops. Make unique. Is that enough? No. That'll do. Bit more. Go on in. Bit more. Okay, that's alright. So that holds that like that. Obviously there's a bit of something going on there, but no, it's close enough. This is all or nothing. Let's just leave that alone for a bit. Right, okay. So that nut needs to go over a bit. Is that enough? Yeah. Okay, so we can, that's a way of fastening it to there. I've got a way of doing it. This one's not quite right. We want the clearance from that. So, could that be brought out? Actually, that is offset slightly. It'd be better if that was in the middle, maybe. Oh, the wiring can come out and in, so probably leave it like that. So this one needs to be sorted out. To be fair, this link will go, this drag chain gets moved with this carriage, so there's no dragging on it, so it could just be pushed up. A slight kink. We can turn the drag chain round here. You undo the drag chain link, take it out, swing it round 180 degrees, and it'll bend in an opposite way. So if you do that, it's going to be in the way there. So, So we need an elongated hole here, probably. Elongated hole, so we can move this like that to bring this up and down here. I think that's how it works. Don't know till we try it. Might not be good, but it might not work. Drag chain's weird. Let's try and work it out. So I've got a bit of the drag chain here. Right, so that's a bit of the link that's the wrong way around on purpose. See how it's going up? It's fixed. It allows it to bend like that, but just by turning it round, some of the sections round, it gets weird things happening. So you can't go straight, but then that would lift it up over. So that's fixed, and then the other bit is fixed. Let's do is probably shorten this drag chain somehow. Should break it open in bits really, and I'll have to do it at some point. So that's fixed to the carriage, and then this is fixed to the bottom, and as this carriage moves up and down, but I'm unconsciously holding this straight in my hand, where really it would be pivoted like that. It would be on a swivel. So in order to get that to lift this end up, by doing that doesn't lift it up. Yeah, so alter it doesn't lift it up. Yeah, so there might be a bit more to that. It's going to be one of those trial and errors. Trial and error, as in. But as long as we give it the clearance to start with, we'll have to, I don't know, might even have to try to suspend this somehow, midway, I don't know. Normally the drag chain, well, I'm answering my own question again, because on my CNC it's got a piece of aluminium that runs the length that the drag chain sits on. So even that might have to be a possibility. Anyway, we'll try anything once, prove myself wrong later. So I'll try anything once. Yeah, there's always more to it than meets the eye, but anyway, always more to it than it seems like. Let's just try and tidy up some of this stuff now. So we've got the clearance, that's the main thing. We wouldn't want to build it and find, knowing that we've not got any clearance to start with. At least we've got some clearance. This can be worked out, this bit can. Ideally they'd make that longer. I could make it, so I can't chop the 80mm, I can only chop 75mm neatly. So I don't think you can unscrew these. Maybe you can. I've never seen anyone unscrew them and fasten the aluminium to this side. Never seen anyone do that, but anyway. But you see we've got ability to run tubes and cables from the one to the other through this bit, and it's not going to get in the way of anything. Literally in and out. Okay, so this end here, have we got clearance? We've got some amount of clearance now. Yeah. So I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go above it and see what possibly our new cutting area could be. And I haven't altered that yet, have I? Oh yeah, because that's the end of that, so that needs to be altered. But I'll tell you what, we'll pull this cutting area. Just view the rest of the model. We'll pull this over so it's level with the middle of that there. Okay. Can't go further back. Although it could go further back if we decide that. Let's have a look at this. So you've got this head and the original bracket. It sits sort of like that in the centre. So you've got clearance for your fixings. You wouldn't want to go any further back. You could use flusher fixings and get that right over, but then that's going to make it difficult to work on when you're trying to clean it, take it apart. So we'll leave that where it is. Leave that where it is. Let me just check the audio. So you've got clearance for your fixings. So I think we've cured the audio problem by swapping the audio interface, which is a bit of a shame because that's the best one I got. But I have had it since 2016 when I bought it brand new. So it doesn't seem like a long time since I had it. Never been moved much, it's just been plugged in, but anyway. Right, so let's have another look over here then. So we've gained a bit that side. Let's see what we can gain over this side with the mirrors. So whatever we move one mirror, we've got to move another, so we can... Yeah, these brackets, that's what the whole thing was based on today, is making these thinner. Yeah, so let's make them thinner. I don't really want them sticking out over the sides, I don't think. That one does anyway. So really, let's just do the minimum we can get so we can... So the fixing, that's sort of sticking out anyway. Then you're going to have this sticking out over into that space, but it shouldn't be a problem. Well, actually it will be a problem if you can't go all the way. But we can make the bracket smaller if we need be. Is there any point in making it smaller though? Because that was already sticking out past it. So probably not worth altering the bracket. We'll just slide it down here by whatever that amount is. Let's try and work it out. $17.21. So we can gain 17.21 there. And yeah, so you're limited to about where the knobs can go. 17.21, and the same this side. I can certainly put that flush now instead of... What am I doing? Moving it. I'm supposed to be measuring it. Right, let's just measure from there to there. 11.6. 11.6, so that could go flush. Right, okay. 11.6. So if we move, tell you what, first we'll move this. What does that contain? That contains the two brackets, so I can't move both of them. So those two can be moved. 11.6. Okay, so we've moved them 11.6. Okay, so it gives us a bit of clearance. The other one's got to have to be moved 11.6 along with this one. Okay, which means we can get rid of, we can either move all them, let's just get rid of those for now. We know they're alright as long as we move everything by the same amount. So we've got yeah, we've still got a bit of clearance here. We haven't gone butt up against the aluminium. We haven't butted up against it, which would be nice for alignment though, wouldn't it? Mind you, we need a bit of capability maybe to move, and we've got to keep these buttons clear, so we could come that way. Yeah, we don't mind that sticking out into here, so we could gain that bit, which means we'd have to because what we were missing is, yeah, we've got this sticking out actually. Right, that's butting up against that, so we could bring it overlap it this way now. Yeah, we could overlap that way. Yeah, so that could come this way. That's already, so this one, instead of it being over this way, it could be over this way a bit. The thumb turns won't get in the way of anything. Apart from when it comes all the way over, we could change that bracket for one of those brackets, so we don't need to worry about that being in the way. So let's get. So what space have we got? We can only move it back this amount of space. Whatever we've got here. So let's try that. .61. So 5.61. Have we got 5.61? Yeah, we should have, because that's a 6mm plastic. Well, let's bring that one. Yeah, we could reduce that more as well if we cut the size down. And this one. So, tell you what we ought to do. Right, what do we ought to do? Yeah, it gets complicated, and my drinks ran out, and the food's gone cold. Let's just carry on before I stop. Before I stop doing this little bit, I can't stop today. I've got a lot of work to do. I've got to build this stuff and remill it out and everything. Nightmare. Anyway, so we know this bottom one can be moved over, and it'll miss the plastic because it's sticking way out above in the plastic. That's fine. So we can gain that. We can shorten it as well, and gain. I want a bit of clearance, so it needs to can go flush with this at least. We know that's 6mm, and that's flush with that. So we know we can go 6mm. Can we go 6mm at the back? 6mm on this one. What did we say we got? I can't remember now. It's at 5.6, so I can't quite go 6mm there, but we could go. If we cut that smaller, we could go further. So we can do 6mm. I think we can go quite a lot. And if the wiring's coming up from the top, you have to have some wiring coming up down here. I still miss the mirror though. Right, let's decide how much we're going to take off these brackets. So we've got 11.7 on that one. We've got the same here. 7 mil. The hole is for the fixing of the mirror. Lost hold of it now. The hole for the fixing the middle mirror is right over, so we don't really care if it sticks out a bit. And it's sort of centre, and it's sticking a bit over there. So why is that one sticking out more than this one? That's sat on an arbitrary amount, isn't it? It's because it's a flip of the other one, they're both the same. Don't know. Right. I've got a certain amount of wiring to go through. So I think, yeah. Can we take 6 mil off or not? We can take, what about 10 mil? What about if we take 10 mil off? I don't know. Let's just take 10 mil off. Alright, let's just reduce it by 10 mil. It sticks over a bit, doesn't matter. As long as the fixing holes are there. Yeah. Okay, so that's okay, it's sort of even now. So we've gone 10 mil over there. Let's do the same with this side. Do the same with this one. $10 mil. Alright, we've done that, but we seem like it's okay. It's just why is that one different to the other one if they're both on the same angles? Doesn't make much sense. Anyway, they look center. They look center, so are these center? No, they're not center. So that's why it looks a little bit different there. Of course they're out because we moved the whole thing over. We didn't move the fixings. Alright, so we need to move them over by, I forget what amount we moved them over by. I can sort them out in a bit though. Not sure, let's just try something. Say 10 mil. No, need to go more. What was it? $1.5 mil. That's close enough. It's not exactly right. Oh well. It'll be close enough for the fixings, just for the view. Just for the Alright, it's complicated. So anyway, we've got the holes in the right place. They're no longer in the right place on the back. That doesn't matter. So that bracket doesn't need to be that big anymore. I'm using 80mm there. I'd rather not. It's difficult to cut I can't do 80mm. So can I get a 40mm in there instead of an 80? I'm not sure I can. Right, let's try and work it out lengthwise. 37, 40mm there. Right, so why is that so far out? The only reason that's that far out is because the carriage roller, that's where it sits on the carriage roller. So we probably need to stick with that one. Yeah, we need to stick with that one probably. Although that could probably actually go on the other side. But if it did, then we'd have to move. There's no benefit from it. Don't think so. Oh. Other than giving us more room that way. God, this is like a never-ending story, isn't it, this one? Never-ending story, altering all this. Hang on. Right. So we keep that the same as that for now. These mirrors are still lined up, should be. Now we can move both brackets over a bit by an amount that is something like how far? 13.11mm. So if I did that, what would happen to the tops? You can't go all the way because these are in the way. I could go smaller if we wanted to, but anyway, ultimately they're going to touch the top of there. So tell you what, let's just, I don't know, $10 mil there. What have we got here? I can't remember. So we could certainly do 10mm there and maybe it not touch. Right, let's just do the 10mm then. Let's do the 10mm. So we'll move this one over by 10mm. Okay. We've got to move this one and that one over by 10mm. Okay. So we've got them both moved over by 10mm. The holes don't line up, we'll sort them out in a bit. That stays flush with the edge of this, so we can bolt these flush, bolt that flush to the plastic. Which means this can go shorter as well. Let's make that smaller to match that. Let's just see what we've got going on here. 32.5. What have we got going on here? $30mm. So we need to alter one of these. I like the 30mm. keep the 30mm. Actually, them holes are in the wrong place now. And they're not quite centre, but yeah, that's fine. Move these over by, I think it was 10mm, wasn't it? Yeah, 10mm. Right, and there's enough meat on there to drill through and still be able to line it up. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So we need to lose 2.5mm of this one. So the bracket's the same size. The whole thing sits back a bit. Can it sit back a bit? Yeah. We could sit that back a bit. So we could lose 2.5 of the back of this one. Yeah, we're more than happy to lose a bit off the back of that one. So to make it 30mm. It's not going, why not? Strange. Doesn't want to go. Seems to be constrained for some reason. Why is that? What's stopping it? There's nothing there stopping it. Oh, the hole. There's the hole stopping it. That'll be a reason why. Enough. Okay. So I need to go into there. Just get rid of that hole a minute. If it will, without, yeah, causing major grief. Which means I definitely need two fixings on it. Because it's sat up in the air, so it needs to be able to be tightened up and squared. So now we can go over. What size have we got now? 32. So now we can reduce this by 2.5. So it gives us our 30mm bracket. Okay. That's good. I need to sort this hole out now. I normally do 10mm apart. So we've got 10mm here. Yeah, it's going to be too much, so let's go 7.5. 7.5. And let's grab that and move it into the line there. Let's measure from there to there. 15. Okay, so we're going to copy that now. Move it 15mm. Right, I shouldn't have really copied the whole thing. Undo. Just copy that. Right. That's it, and we should be able to push it through. That's it. Get rid of these lines. Okay, so we've got them back again now. We'll have to remake that bracket, that's fine. And we've got to sort this one out now as well. So we'll have to do the same with this one. Right, so that needs to be gone. Tell you what, let's don't do that one yet. Let's push it over. Needs to be, push that over. Can't do it. Can't do it till the hole's gone. Let's work out where the hole's got to go first. Let's hide the rest of the model a minute. That'd be better if I could make that out of 40-40 angle, and I can cut it, but let's sort this out first. So we're going to keep that size right, so we want a measurement of 30mm, then 7.5mm back. So we need to move this hole, move the hole 7.5mm. Okay, get rid of that, and move this down. It's not going to let us because there's already a hole there, see? Need to get rid of them holes as well. They're in the wrong place anyway. So just get rid of them. Rid of the holes. And then we can bring this down by 10mm. Okay, so we've got a 30mm wide bracket instead of a 40mm wide bracket. Now they don't look right. That's because that hole's got to be moved over 2.5mm, which will give us 7.5. Yeah. Okay, so we've sorted that out. It's the bracket I don't really want to use. 2 fixing holes, one in each corner, or one above, one below. Doesn't really matter. I quite like the way they're there in the middle of them two. So, don't know why, I'll leave them there. I just found a bit that hasn't got the right colour on it. Anyway, do we care? Probably. I'll just say it's that. Has it changed? No. Oh, it must have been that one that was wrong. That's it. Okay. So we brought it back right. I don't really like this bit, but where them fixings are, it needs to be longer than 40mm. That's 40mm there, so it's gonna have to be that piece it is. Alright, so we want some holes out of this one. 2 fascias, 2 holes. Alright, so we want them off there. Okay, so we've got our holes that line up. That's fine. Alright. Okay, so we've gained as much as we're going to gain. Yeah, that'll about do it. You can always fit other stuff, but you'll have to lose some of your cutting area. Right, so are we okay now? Have we lined everything back up? Have we done it? There's only one way of finding out, is just to go from the middle of here and go over to the middle of here and then go from the middle of here over to the middle of here. It's green, so it looks good. And if you want to go all the way over to the other one, you could do, but nothing should have moved. I could try it. Alright, so we'll go from there all the way to the other side of the room. And I've put a crosshair on there. Right, what? Keep it red. Let's keep it in the red direction. I'll just put it there like that. Let's have a look at the crosshair. Seems to be going crossing the point, yeah. Very good. It seems to be alright. So nothing untoward has happened. So let's get rid of the cross, the alignments. Oh, I had an idea as well the other day of pulling the tube back. Yeah, that was an idea I had. So pull the tube back over here, further back, and on here you have a removable laser pointer that's set exactly where this is set. So you bolt, you have a little bit of a removable one, and it basically puts the pointer wherever this laser is. So you shine your pointer fix exactly where this laser is. Well, imagine if you move the laser back over there and you have a space here. You plonk, or basically, make it nice if you could just rotate it in like a barrel on a gun assembly, where you rotate it in and in and out of position, and then it lines up exactly with the mirror, and you can see where your beam, physical beam, a light beam like a pointer, crosshair pointer. I've already got one on one of the machines. It points at the floor so you can see where about your laser is going to hit. And then you can use all this and set it all up with a pointer that's you know, don't even involve the laser tube at this point. Just make sure your alignments and you're not going out on your travel, and you can adjust all your heights and things ready. And then once you've got that sort of working, swap it, flip it out, and set the laser up. So you're basically setting it up without involving high power. Right, anyway, so let's see where we got to now. So I've got to make some new bits now. Let's see if there's any added consequences. So we're missing here, so we're able to slide the covers back and adjust our knobs wherever that is. It's not going to get in the way of anything. Yeah, everything else is good, nothing's changed. Yeah, so that metal could even be slid over if you need be, but There's a certain, the stepper motor is in the way here. That needs clearance to move across the front of those clamps, so that's as far as that goes. I don't want the motor being able to run into the tube, so we'll need to put physical stop somewhere as well, even though, yeah, I'll definitely need to put a physical stop in both sides. Just a T-nut and a bolt or something here, or something to hit, probably, actually, yeah, I'll tell you where it'll go. It'll go just a T-nut in here, and you just fasten it in, and then when the plastic hits it, that's your stop. So you put your both stops in either side. Right, what else have we got going on here? Have we cured things? Have we made it possible? We've got an extra piece going on here, so that's definitely possible. These, yeah, don't need to go all the way back, but they are 40-40 angles, I believe. Let's have a look. It is a 40-40, yeah, by 2mm. Yeah, so yeah, we said we didn't need 40-40. Got to make these anyway. Is there an advantage from? Not really. No advantage of shrinking those 40-40s. So we'll leave them as they are. Yeah. The only advantage of shrinking this back end is to make that sit flush, but to be fair, it doesn't really matter because that's fixed anyway. It can just sit where it is. Right. So this idea of going through the carriage, I'm not a fan of, really. Not a fan of that. So is there another way of doing it? Probably you could do it a different way. But it needs to travel all the way out. So the carriage needs to go back over here now. Could do with 2 carriages really. That's an idea. Let's have 2 carriages. Let's just save what we've done. Let's have 2 carriages for now. 1 in each position. Why not? Instead of keep moving it, let's just have 2 of them. We have to remember which one's the real one. Which was the real one? Right. We said it was going to be like that, didn't we? No, it was going to be on top of there originally, like that. That's where it was going to be originally, like that, sort of. But we've moved it over to there to get it. Why did we move it right under? Can't quite remember now. Why did we move it right? You can't see the drag chain piece. Let's get these drag chain pieces. Alright, cut that. Let's get it over amongst this mechanism here. Alright, paste in place. Right, so at least we've got them in the same position, sort of. So why did we push that right underneath? Can't remember now. What was the reason? Why did we do that? Why is it all the way over there when it could be this? Oh, it could just as well go back where it was, couldn't it? What did we do that for? I don't remember. Trying to make it sit lower, maybe? Don't know. I don't think there's any advantage from that, so Let's put it back where it was. I can't see why we wanted it there now. No, I don't see the point of it. Anyway, let's bring it back. Oh, we need to know how far. Let's just bring it back this way. 20 mil. Let's see what happens. 20 mil, what's that done for us? That's brought it back nicely. It's slightly low compared to what the other one is. Okay, let's bring it up. Oh, because the drag chain goes underneath, isn't it? That's why. Right, so that's where that is. That's where it is on the original. And the drag chain is still not in the way. And never goes that far over, so that's fine. That's even better then. That's even better, and you could even lower it now. So why did we do that? Anyway, it is what it is. We could go lower. Don't know why we did that. Anyway, to watch the video back to work out why I did that. So that needs to stay where it is, like that. It gives us way plenty of clearance now. For the beam is under here. So that really could sit in the centre. It could just sit in the centre or even right over. But we haven't actually... Have we done anything with the carriage? And the limit switch? No, we've left it there. It can actually come further over now. Right, so it begs the question what we're going to do with the limit switch. Anyway, let's need to create a back soon. Let me just have a look. I need to create a back soon. Anyway, I'm gonna try some. I'm gonna stop broadcasting for about. No, I'm gonna stop streaming for about 5 minutes. I'm gonna go make a drink, eat my dinner, and come back. But I'm not gonna end the stream. I'm just gonna stop broadcasting, which might make it look like it's finished. But it'll stop the stream and then I'll carry it on in a second. So anyway, back in 5 minutes, about 5 minutes, somewhere thereabout, and all will happen. You'll see the stream. It'll just carry on. So before I do that, I'll go on to this interim and then I'll stop the broadcast, which will show a back soon. All right, back soon. Alright, I think we're back. Don't know, it says back soon. Oh, we're back. We're back. Back again, back again. A little bit of a break. Not much. Didn't win the lottery again yesterday, the lotto. Never mind, I didn't even get one number again. Still haven't had me cold McDonald's. See what I do for this thing, this project? I even don't eat McDonald's. It's gone cold. I'll get it. I'll still eat it, but cold. I don't care. Anyway, I've got to try and keep this concentration going, so I don't actually forget where I got to. So we seem to have cured a few things. Now I can make this smaller, but I don't know if it helps us any. The only way that would help us any is if we reduce the width of this piece, allowing it to travel further either way. I'm not against that entirely. So I think we've sorted this bit out. Now the carriage coming over, this is in the way. Let's just come out of here a minute. So this switch is sort of in the way of making the carriage come over more. And we certainly can come over a bit there. So where can I put this switch then, that it's not in the way? Tell you what, let's just move that switch out a minute. I'll just move it out, whatever that is, say 100 mil. I'll leave it there a minute. Okay, so we've got the switch out. We need to push this gantry. Now, what's stopping the gantry if we can go in further over? You've got clearance. I think you've got clearance. Have you got clearance there? You might not have clearance there for that nut. Actually, we can have a look. Can we have a look on the real one? Let's have a quick look on the real one. Right, so we've got. I'll bring this over here. And this is the gantry. The bolts are sticking out a lot. I did make a bracket actually. Where is it? One of these brackets. Can't find it. What have I done with it? Ah, there it is. Is that the one we're looking at? Yeah, this is the one we're looking at. We've already mounted it to a bit of temporary stuff. So what I need to find out is if they're going to actually touch. I need to find out if it'll actually... Right, so I'm going to unscrew that off there, temporarily. Let's just unscrew it off here. With the T-nuts. I should just fasten out. Oops. Drop the bumming bracket nearly. Just tighten them up, temporary. Alright, so this is the one I made, but we're going to modify it anyway. I've got to make it again. Right, I'm just trying to find out if, so they do. So if I hold that there. Oh, hang on. It's making it awkward with these nuts in place. I'll tell you what. I'll fasten those in. The best way is to fasten this onto the actual gantry. Let's do that. So we can just temporarily fasten it into the gantry like that. If we can get it in. Yeah, that's it. And rotate these around. This is great for working with this, for making stuff. It's great for building stuff. So I'll just give it a little bit of a tighten. Yeah, that's nice and sturdy in place. Look at that. Right, so I'm trying to find out is if these bolts touch the metal. It looks like the nut is just touching it. Yeah, the thread's too long and the nut is just touching it. Now they're M5 if I remember right. M5. So, in that case, so trying to get that to travel right up over until it gets to the motor. Because when it was stepped off it was different. Let's just look at the model again. Yeah, so We've changed it all now. This was actually sticking over. So you can go up to there. But it's nice if it can go all the way over. You can't actually go all the way over because unless we were to pack this out. That might be the answer. See, this one is actually lower anyway. So we could pack that out, make a 40mm piece of angle. Actually, it might be good for mounting the limit switch on. What about if we had a 40 bit of angle as a packer? Or just a flat packer in there. I've lost it now. So what about if we have we cut a piece of flat off? Just cut the flat. That's too long anyway. Or yeah, we could have a packer, some kind of spacer, piece of plastic maybe. Yeah, plastic spacer. That's it. Not aluminium, just a piece of milled out piece of this 6mm. So a piece of 6mm sat in there, and it fastens straight through it, and it acts as a spacer. Now that will reduce our. I've already got this sticking down anyway. I think we'll be alright. Yeah, we'll be alright. It cuts much lower, the focal length right down here anyway. So let's do that. Let's say it's 6mm. Alright, let's move this down 6mm. Okay. Now, because we've moved that down 6mm, we're going to have to rearrange our holes. Fastening holes. So I think we'll have to go. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go down 3mm. Down 3mm, and we'll go up 3mm. On the ones here, yeah, we'll go up 3mm. Can't go any more than 3mm because we'll be too far to the edge. Actually, we're probably too far to the edge anyway. Okay, so we'll undo the move. I think we can go. Tell you what, can we do the other side a bit? Let's have a look. Oh, wrong one. No, we can't really go there, so okay. So what we'll do then, we'll bring this down 3mm. Okay, so we've got them two lined up, sort of. Yeah, they're lined up, so they stay where they are. So we then bring this one up 3mm. Bring that one up 3mm. Okay, see where we get to then. Yeah, so that'll sort that out. Okay, so we've managed to get that. So all we need now is a piece of 4040 plastic as a packer. Need a packer here. And what this will allow is the carriage to come all the way over. But then, will the packer be in the way? No, because it'll only come out this far. Okay. So we want a piece of this plastic. $6mm plastic, so a piece of this flat. Okay, so we'll just make one. So it's going to be 40 by 30, and it's going to be 6mm thick. And what's it doing right over there? I have no idea. Group. Bring it over here. Stick it there. It needs to be rotated round. It's the wrong way. Like that. And then it needs to go flush with there. Okay, so that's flush with there. Okay, so that's alright. Needs to be made out of the clear stuff though. We need to try and find the right stuff. Is that it? Maybe. Where's it gone? There it is. Gone again. There it is. Okay, so I've got our packer, packing plastic. So it needs to have some holes through it. Let's have some holes in it by grabbing these. Copy them. Paste in place and okay. So that sits under there. Now you could put another one under if you want, but I think it'll be fastened up okay. You could put two more into ways to fixings, or you could put one in each corner. I think I'll leave it like that. So we've managed to get the packer there, which means our carriage now will go over there. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. So now we can move our carriage. Let's move the carriage to our new position. How far can it go? All the way to the stop, basically. Sort of. I'll have to increase this lot to go with it. Let's just put the carriage in. Could just as well move the whole thing. That's probably going to have to go in the middle. Let's just leave it there for now. Right. We can either work out how far we want it to go. It's going to have a stop on it somehow, so we're going to have to work the stop out. It's got some fixings in the way, so we can't go all the way. Let's just bring it over as far as we dare. Bring it over. Let's try that. Okay, so we've got a little bit of space here. We've got space for a stop. We can put a stop in here, T-nut and a stop to stop it coming over too far. Let's try and make it something equal to something. $11.99. So let's say 1.99 more. 1.99. That gives us 10 mil. $10.03. Why have we got 10.03? We don't want 0.03, do we? 0.03. What have we got now? $10 mil. Is that level with the plastic? Yes, it is. Okay, so we've got a 10 mil clearance, and we're nearly touching the wheel. Nearly. I have to look through the hole. God. Yeah, so this is what it is. And we look like we're touching here. So we need to reduce this now a little bit. Okay, so we've got that there. We seem to be okay. Anything else? Touching anything else? Don't think so. So we're alright. We can't actually do that because we need to have a T-nut holding the belt clamp still. You might still get it in there. Yeah, you might. Yeah, should be able to still get one in there. That's fine, because the belt passes through the plastic here. You pull it here and you tighten it. You should probably still do it. Yeah, we'd be able to still do that most probably. Okay, so that's the bare minimum. Right, and we haven't blocked our mirror. The mirror's right over here. Yeah, so the mirror's fine where it is. That's fixed. This one's fixed. That's the only one that moves. That moves that way, so that's fine. So the drag chain can be moved over a bit. We can gain a bit on the drag chain. So let's do that next. Let's just drag the drag chain. We don't want that. I suppose we can move that in a minute. Let's put the drag chain somewhere we want it. No, we don't want to paint anything. Who put the bloody paint box right next to the orbit controls? This comedian who designed this layout. Comedians. It's almost like they said, let's put it in the most awkward place we can, just to annoy everyone. Make them subscribe to the subscription model. Maybe. Right, anyway, so that's that. Where did I get to? I was going to move this drag chain. Let's move the drag chain. I don't know where we're going to move it to, but let's just try and move it from there to over the original place it was going to sit. Is that it? No, not quite. Not quite. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, sort of. That's up in the air for some reason. Why is it up in the air? Why is that up in the air? Hang on, undo set insertion point, undo, move, redo, move. Alright, so why isn't that flush anymore? I don't quite know. What did I do with it? Why did I move it? Sat up on top of there. Yeah, that's right. So, something not quite right there. I don't know what though. Okay, I'll tell you what, we'll just move it like this. It's gone into the drag chain, has gone into it. So it's not quite what we're after, is it? Not quite what we're after, but yeah. So it's gonna have to stay near the end. This is probably why, yeah, we've moved it right over, so it does need to stay back where it was, sort of. Alright, so it's there, it's in no man's land. Just have a look at the other end again. Alright. So we said we're going to move that to there, but it can't go there. Now we've moved it over, it's going to have to go snug right over here again. So it might be we have to put that in with this wheel. Might be. Unless we make something that fastens it to here. Some kind of U bracket. Custom U bracket. I'll tell you what I've got. I've got a piece of box, aluminium box. If you cut the side off one, you end up with a U bracket. Or it'd be nice to just bolt it together though, wouldn't it? The one good thing about your food going cold is once it goes cold, it doesn't go any colder. So the longer time goes on, makes no difference. Right, so yeah, somehow that needs to be fastened down to there, just fastened down to there. It needs to be able to articulate somewhat, hence the pin. So we could just bolt it through there. Let's just bolt it through there then. Right, let's put it back over the hole. So we'll put it over this hole here, which means it's got to go a little bit lower. So let's bring it to the right height for a start. On the face of the group. And then the whole thing needs moving over. Something like that. A bit too far, so back a bit. Say 0.5 of a mil. That looks similar. It's not quite right. So it needs to come this way. 0.25. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so it's sitting over the corner bump. Doesn't matter. So you're fixing, it'll have to be bigger, this one will. Slightly bigger to go through that, and that. That's fine. So you can, when you build the carriage, you can just put that on when you build it up. Yeah, you could, if you were really crazy, put another one this side. Then yeah, you could put another one this side and put the bolt straight through. But yeah, not that bothered at the minute. Anyway, so now does that give us enough clearance? Still gives us enough clearance here. Alright, so when it goes all the way back, this part over here, this copy of the carriage would have to go oops, we don't want that, too much going on, so we'll cut it out the minute, come out and paste it in place. I'll have to move it over here. That's sort of where it is anyway, isn't it? No, it's too low. Is that okay? Yep. It's a little bit too far over, so back this way. 0.25, that's it. Obviously you have to grind them off. You could even make a pocket for them, if you could mill out a little pocket for them to sit in to save you having to grind them. Tiny pocket. Well, you're milling the rest, so you might as well make a pocket. Right, anyway, so we've got that. Okay, so let's just have a look at it now. Don't forget to save. Right, where have we got going here? What have we got going on here now? So the drag chain's slightly over. Okay. So we've changed the alignment of this a bit. That's a fixed size there. This needs another joint maybe. No, we want to clear. Oh, that can have a joint that goes up to there because that's fixed. This carriage moves that way, so what we could do is probably, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take this. We'll copy it. We'll copy another one out, 20 mil, but we'll rotate it around this axis here. And we'll bring it up like sort of 30 mil, 30 degrees, try that. Okay, and we'll grab this and that and bring that up to something like that. And what have we got now? Let's have a look. It's not bad actually, it's close, it's alright, it's doing a good job for us, old SketchUp. It's snapped it to where it needs to be. Apart from, is it okay? Yeah. So there's, yeah, it won't actually physically fit around there. So it's not quite right. Not quite right. See if we can alter it a bit. It's almost right. The middle's there, so it's just need to go this way a tiny bit. 0.25 maybe. Yeah. Is that alright now? Yeah. Okay. We'll have to have something going on there where it joins. And to get it to turn that way, you'd have to turn the link round, like we said earlier. So it wouldn't strictly be sitting that way, it would be round the other way. But yeah, so you wouldn't really see that. That's the other way. You'd flip that round. I don't know if you could flip it. Flip along. How would you turn it? It needs to rotate and flip. I ain't gonna bother with all that now. Right. Okay, I can see something going on here with the angle. What happened to that? Why did the angle suddenly move? Don't know what's gone on there. I must have flipped the whole thing. I've moved something, haven't I? Wrecked something. Let's see if I can do some going back. Shift, Alt and... No. It's gone too far back, so let's just Control and Y. Bring it all back. We'll have to just move it. Yeah. Control and S, save. We'll put that back to where it's supposed to be. Don't know why it's suddenly... What made it move like that? I don't know. Must have grabbed hold of it somehow. It's a bit worrying when something moves out of position. Right. Oh, it's too low anyway. Look at that. I don't know what happened. Too low anyway. Maybe... Don't know, maybe I forgot to move it last time. Have I just moved the whole thing? Haven't I? What have I just moved? Undo move. I've moved the whole thing. Didn't want that. Just wanted this bit. That's the problem I'm doing. I'm moving the whole thing, and by mistake, moving the whole thing. Now I've messed it up. Messed it up a bit. Just need to move it to the face of the component. That's better. That's it. And it's still too low now, so it needs to go up. Was it 10 mil or 5 mil? No, too much. Too much. 2 mil. 3 mil. Must have been when I moved something 3 mil the other end. Okay, so that's the 3 mil. No, it's still too low. Weird. Okay, so that's clear. Clear now. Okay. Okay, so that's back to where it was, I think. Could end up messing the whole thing up if you're not careful. And then when you go to build it, everything doesn't sit where it's supposed to sit. So we've put that there. Yeah, what I've done, I must have grabbed this and moved it lower. And it's moved that other one over and lower as well. I forgot to unconnect it. We need to sort that out. Okay, so that's okay. As long as the carriages haven't moved out of position. They haven't. Alright. And this needs to have something going on with it here. So we might need another link here, maybe. One more link instead of that. Something happened to have to go on here. Let's see if we can get another link. It needs to go on the pink axis. Alright, we seem to have lost it. Nope, it's not liking that much. Let's try again another way. It's not staying. Oh, it's trying to move it, that's why. It's difficult to do. Let's just say 20 mil. Right, okay. What have we got now? Sort of, yeah, that can be carved up a bit, can't it? Right, okay. So then this can be moved. To line up with that somehow. Don't know. Something like that. No. It's down too far. Is that joined up with that? No. Okay, so that's there. Okay, that's there. So right, okay, so they're sort of meeting up, roughly. Yeah, okay. Won't let me come out of that, will it? Right. So they're sort of meeting up. Very awkward, yeah. So we've got some cables and pipes to be manoeuvred round and through in this corner, so at least they're not going to be all over the place. The pins might have to be adjusted to make room. Don't know, something's going to have to go on. Anyway, so we've got our clearance we wanted, so we've still got that. We've got our fastening going on here, which doesn't want to in the way of that, so we'll have to change that bar for one of them. Right, okay, so got possibilities, so that one's stuck in there. That's fine. Now what we have done is, if we alter this, we're probably not going to alter that, so we need to delete one of them in the end. We need both of these. One of them's original, one of them isn't, doesn't matter. I'll leave it there for now. Right, so now we've got this problem of it sticking into there. so we want to reduce this little bit, so let's reduce this now. And still haven't done what we were trying to do the other day, put the right size for this fitting. So it's 40mm wide, let's make it 30mm by taking 5mm off each end. Alright, 5mm off. And the other end, I can lose 5mm, I would have thought. Let's just have a look at time. 10 to 11. I've got some idea it was like 1 o'clock, so we're doing okay for time. Started early today. Right, so we've got that there, which means... Is that a ghost? Oh my god. Everything's falling around. It's like there's an earthquake going on. Oh, it's just fell off the end. The whole thing, I must have hit it with the back of the chair. A big bag of corner brackets have fell everywhere. And let's gather them up. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Murphy's Law. Oh, Occam's razor, I don't know. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Right. Jesus. Anyway. Where did I get to? I don't know where I got to anymore. Oh, this thing. We've reduced that. And we've got to reduce this other one now as well. Yeah. So let's do the other one. This one here, let's knock this one down by 5mm. Them holes are going to have to be shifted as well, they're a bit too close to the edge. Ah dear, it's never ending, isn't it? But anyway, hopefully better to do it in the model than to keep doing physical renditions or physical reworkings and instance. So loads of prototype pieces. I've already got a set of pieces that are no use to me now. So anyway, that hole we don't need no more. So we could just as well get rid of that hole actually. Can I get rid of it from there? Maybe. Yeah. Okay, so we've got rid of that hole. Okay, so we've just got our two fixing holes there. They're lined up with that there, but they don't need to be. Oh, it's literally to give us... They could just as well be hanging over here, but it gives us a little bit of stability and flatness by holding there, and then the fixings can tap into this. We don't really want to tap it into there. We need a bolt both sides, so it would be better if it could go over here. Really, there's no problem with it going over here. We've got a bit of space, actually not a lot of space, but let's look at it from underneath. So it's better if that could just fasten here. I could put a nut and bolt on it. Alternative, you could do it a different way again. That's that height for a reason, then it's staggered to bring it up so you can alter this. Well, not alter it, but needs to be a different height. That's fine. Gives us the ability to elongate holes if you have to and maneuver it. So, do I want... I'm going to make this gantry again, I think. Are we? Maybe not, this one. Yeah, we've got to put a... I don't know. No, we don't have to do that now. So, do I move them holes over to here so I can get to them? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be fine. Let's do that then. Let's move them. We'll just make them in line with this one. So what we got here, 20.25. We've already got the holes in there. So yeah, if we did I make the holes? I've already got the holes for that, but they don't actually. Yeah, I've got the holes for that already. Whole mirror assembly, I've got it all in bits at the minute, so I've got the holes, or I've already got it lined up. Yeah, so they could go further up and hold it there. Might make more sense, so I don't mind making another one. So I've got to make it all again anyway, so just make it all again. Okay. So I sort of got 45, 45 there. Okay. Right. Just realised that's not quite on there. Look at that. Doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter. Should matter, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Right, so I need 2 more holes in here now, so I can get the fixings in and move them over there. Right, so I'll draw a line. With the rest of the model, let's have a line between there and there. I can actually see the holes there, so I can just move the whole thing down. Let's just move them down to there. Let's move it down to that line. Actually, I shouldn't have got it from there. I should have got it from the middle, or just there like that, and move them down there like that. That's it. So that's better. Okay. Right. So these are in the wrong place now, so we'll get those off. Get those off. Can I get them off like that? Will that allow me to get them off without selecting anything else? Should be. Okay, so we've got a thing with no holes in there, so we go back to this. I need to copy them too. And I need to go into that one. Get underneath it. This nightmare. I paste it in place. Cut it. And paste it in place. Push them through. Oh, didn't like that. There we go. Okay. So we've got, yeah, some weird holes going on. Anyway, so we've got that ability to, the only thing we've got to sort out now is this bit here. I think yeah, that's the right size now, but our bracket isn't. So we need to make sure it fits around that. I think you said it was 14mm. I can't get it, I've run out of screen real estate. Now I'm on the bucket again. It's brought up this. I need to rearrange these tools. They're not enough. It won't. I don't think it'll let you rearrange them. 14mm. So we need a bit of relief on it. I think they're 13.5. So what we're going to do is come out of this, go into this. This bracket is the wrong size hole. Oh god, look what it's doing. It's doing both at the same. I can't maneuver around the screen easily. I need to look at it from above. There we go. So it needs to be bang in the middle still. So I need to do a bit of one of these. I need to get rid of this now. Put in a 14mm hole. 14mm, maybe 14.5, or do we do bang on? Let's just do bang on. 7mm radius, that's it. Do bang on. What's happened there? What is that I've just seen there? What have I grabbed hold of? I've done something wrong, haven't I? Hang on then. I've deleted something I shouldn't have done. That's what happens if you don't look at all the angles before you erase something. Right, so let's erase that. Put in a 7mm radius, 14mm diameter, and push that through to there. Get rid of all this. Okay, and that will, if you look in 3D, you should be able to find out that it's all lined up. Yep, all sort of in there, that's fine. I think. Is it? I'm not so sure it is. Not so sure it is. What is going on? Oh, maybe... maybe my hole wasn't in the right place, after all. We know we're targeted okay for the mirror. So the mirror is that... the laser head has to stay there because we've put a target on it. So we're slightly out here. Now we're out by a certain amount. What is... how much out are we? Now there's a gap here. I noticed there was a gap here earlier and that should have been flush. Well, as long as the holes are flush. And we know that's lined up. So the hole we've put in is not right, or is it? So what we'll do, we'll lift this section up. We'll lift this up by 4mm. Just so we can see where we are. Yeah, we're not right. See that? That would throw up, make out a whole day of misery. Yeah, so it's right in the centre. Now, is that the same amount we're off by? So the hole's not quite right. Tell you what we'll do then. We'll do what we did last time. I'll grab the hole we want. Copy it. Come out of there, go into this one. Let's delete that one. We'll paste it in place. Where is it? Did I not copy it? Oh, it is there. It's inside. No, I don't know where it is. View 3D. Right, it's inside the plastic. Inside the metal. How did it end? Oh, because it goes through. Okay. So it's neither here or there, so... Dear me. Now we're going to grab that and move it up. Onto face, that'll do me. And now I should be able to push it through. That's it. So it's all banging in the right place now. Yeah. I need to move this bit down by 4mm. That's it. Okay, so we've got it back again. We've got it back and it's all lined up. And we've got a little tiny gap here to allow for discrepancy on milling, a tiny bit. The hole, as long as the holes line up here, which they should do, it'll hold it the right size, everything else. Okay, everything else should be lined up, so we shouldn't need to adjust anything. The only adjustment we will have is any play between the thread and the holes. We'll have tiny bits of adjustment. We don't really want any adjustment. The only thing to want to adjust is the gantry positions, small bits to adjust it. Okay. Alright, so let's just save all that. Let's make sure nothing's gone adrift. Let's have a look at what our new size will be. Oh, it's only showing me the last hour of starting streaming again. So whatever I streamed before that, it's still there, but it's only showing me. Right, let's just have a look at what new size we've got now. So we can alter that over. Let's bring that over here, about there. No, we don't want to move it. Let's say about there. Yeah. Okay. What have we got now then? Let's measure it. After all that trouble, have we gained anything? 880. Wow, we've gained a lot. We've gained a lot there. Right, we've gained a lot. 880. Wow. I think we shouldn't have gained anything down that way. 550. So we need to create a new one of these. So 880 by 550. I'm gonna have to rename it now then. I have to rename the blooming 88 by 55 now instead of the thumbnail. What's the thumbnail say? 82 by 55. It's an 88 by 55. 8825. 8855. Oh well. It is what it is. Anyway. Right, so it is what it is. Right, so we've got a new cutting area. 880. How big's 880? Well, that's 500. So another 3. Yeah, it's quite a sizable thing. Actually going insane now from this. So I've got to go ahead. We still can't. We still got to sort out where we can put a stop on it. Yeah, so we can put a stop in there to stop this. Both sides, probably. Yeah, both sides a stop. The micro switch. We've got to work out where the micro switch for the limit, home limit, for the X direction. Our Y direction is there. The home limit, we've got to work out where that's gonna go, I suppose. Now you could either have the limit wired through the system and it just pushes against there. Yeah, we could do that. So you literally lie your switch on there and it pushes the side. Yeah, we could do that. I don't see why not. There's enough space. Because they're going to make this again anyway with new holes, so we might as well put the holes in. And you could wire it through the same as the motor, same as the laser pointer, the same as the air assist, through here, round, and same as a stepper motor. Yeah, doesn't matter if it moves with the gantry, does it? The limit, doesn't matter. At least it'll be out of the way then. Yeah, let's try it. So I need to flip it round. It's got to be the right width and the wires have got to come out the back. So the wires, right. What about if we flip this? Flip this. Flip along, is it the red? No. Flip along the green. Yeah. Right. Now we brought it out 100 mil, so let's just bring it back in 100 mil. And have a look where it's gone now. No, it's too low. It needs to come up to the surface. Easier said than done. With all this stuff in the way. Right, we need to bring it up. Okay, so it's on the surface. We won't have to worry about adding more brackets and stuff. And it would have to go over. like this, so it presses against. It'd have to be inside the plastic. That's as far. Oh no, we haven't got the plastic there available. So that's where it needs to go, sort of. Oh, it's way through the plastic, that is. Yeah, we don't want it that far. So let's go back a bit. It needs to be half in the plastic because it's non-actuated at the minute. Yeah, that's it'll have to be maybe adjustable, this. Let's say that much. And we're still off there, so we're gonna have to make this carriage, the butt up against it, flush. Right, so is there enough room for the wiring? Getting stuck in the model here. Yeah, so we can just about get the wire in there. It's a bit awkward. I might have to use a little smaller switch or something. So one there and one there. Yeah. So I think we're gonna have to probably. There's no advantage really of having this stepped bit here. It might as well be flat. We need some meat to be able to screw that down, so we need to alter this a bit. We know we need that flat there. We haven't got that one there. These are the stops, so we just as well need that bringing up to there, and can that be moved? Yeah. View X-ray. Can that be moved? No, it's going the other way. Okay. Okay, so we've made a weird one, but anyway, that'll allow us to. No, it doesn't make sense to have that bit there. I don't think we need it, unless it's for wires reasons. Okay, that's just a single one on its own, isn't it? Does it change this one? Yeah, it's changed that one as well, but that's just a copy. So we don't really need that one. There's no advantage. Nothing's being run down there from the one side to the other, is there? There is a parallel cable for the stepper motor. But yeah, that stepper motor is going to have to be fed all the way through. So that's the only good. Yeah, that's the reason they want a notch in it to feed the cable from the stepper motor down and across the gantry. Can it be done another way? So we're going to have a notch in it somewhere, probably whichever side we want it in, the back end of there, yeah. So this actually Yeah, this goes up with it, but the stepper motor goes straight down to here into this channel. Right, so we need a bit of a notch in this to send it over to the other side. Can't go there. It can go. Can that be moved over a bit? Yeah, that can probably be moved over a bit. That switch can. Let's move the switch over a bit. Sort of like that. It's still actuating. It's not touching the screw, that's fine. That will give us a bit of room for a notch to pass our stepper motor cable down into the trough. So what we want now is a bit of, we want to know exactly where it is. So we need to grab hold of, can't get to it now with all these plastics in the way. Now we can. So we want a copy of these two, or maybe these two. Yeah, so copy them. And it needs to go onto the plastic. Paste in place, so that's where our markers are. And we need to go up. Like that, up like that. Are these on? No, they're not quite on. So it begs the question, they're as far as they're going to go anyway, so why do we need it? We don't need the notch. There's already a natural gap anyway. What am I thinking of? Well, there's a natural gap anyway, look, because there's a stop going to be there, so this will be the cable. I don't need it. We don't need it. Right, okay. We don't need none of that. That's fine. We leave that as it is. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Right, alright. So we don't have to worry about that. So we're all good. So where do we go from here? Right, so I need to create some more G code. Is anything finished? So they're not touching anymore. They're fine. Nothing's touching. We've got the mirror shining through. There's not going to be any wiring in the way or nothing. It's all going to be tidy and brought round here and up through the drag chain. We've got a mobile home position switch. I don't know why we've got a mobile, just the way it is. We can. Yeah, we've got to have some holes now. What's going to probably have to happen is these holes are going to have to be drilled manually. So this will have to be placed on top. We could do with some indicator holes though, couldn't we? We can reference the model though. I can't mill these small holes out. So we will have to fit that wherever it is flush anyway. So we put the stop in first and then put the physical stop in there, the T-nut that stops the carriage going over too far. And then, do we need that T-nut? Or why have a nut when you can just bash a piece of plastic over. And it's only to stop that nut there hitting the wheel. Although, if it hits the wheel, that's the same as a stop, isn't it? You don't want it. Don't really want metal touching your rubber wheel, though. No. Well, we can put a rubber stop in there, a little pad, a rubber self-adhesive pad in there against that. So yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that. So this will have to be placed manually, I think. I don't know if there's any merit in marking the holes beforehand. Don't know. I mean, we could just go into it and grab the two holes if you like, and then just place them on, but don't mill them out. Very difficult to do and annoying. See, I've got the wrong tool again. Bloody hell. Right. So that and that. Right, where's it gone? It's getting very crowded in this thing now. Can't actually see what's frustrating. If you're doing any of this kind of design, you need to limit yourself to so many hours, really, because it will literally drive you insane. I'll put them in if they're in the wrong place, or it'll just travel till the switch stops, wouldn't it? Just put them in, but I don't have the ability to mill that size of a hole. 2.29, so are they in? No. I'll put them in anyway. It's not having it, is it? Why not? Are they not on the surface? No, they're not quite on the surface, see? They're not on the surface, them aren't, so that's why it won't have it. So I have to take them off again. Paste them in place, and then lower them down. That's not going to do it. Not with that angle. Let's try again. On the face of the component, yeah. Cut them. Paste them in place. And then we should be able to push them down. So these just going to have to be drilled and tapped if we do go with that idea, yeah. Just drilled and tapped. And you have to create screws for them. I haven't got any screws, but anyway, at least we know where they are. Yeah. Anyway, there's a lot going on, too much going on that one. Right, let me just check thumbnail to make sure I'm not going off on total tangents. So we've gained a bit of space. We've gained 57 mil. 57 mil of space by the looks of it. 57 mil, that's quite a lot if you're after it. Was it worth the effort or all the trouble? I don't know. Not so sure. Not so sure about that. Oh, what's that there? Look at that bolt sticking up. Alright, so yeah, we are close to that. So that's not going to have room for it's not going to have room for a bolt sticking up, so it's going to have to be drilled. This aluminium will be drilled and tapped So let's just measure it. 40. Oh, hang on. Is it unique? No, it's already unique. So, 4.59. So we want a small 5mm. It's gonna have to be 6mm, isn't it? So we want to go up by 516. So 84.84. Right, that's it. So we've got a 6mm thread on a bolt. Can't get out of it. Is it enough? Is it enough? Yeah, it's enough. Look, just about. Just about. It's close. Yeah, we are okay. Right, anyway, so that's that. Right, what's next? Is that it? Are we done? So we still got our one limit. This makes it so the only problem with this is we've got to run a wire to it. Separate wire, and do we want to run wires? Not really. Do we want to run wires? There's no way we can do it another way. So no way we can attach that to that gantry and have it press against this mirror, for instance. It would be if we made this bigger. We're wiring we've got the X. Here we've got the X home position switch there. This is the Y. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just add it onto the end of there, and all the wiring could go direct. Be nice. You could also test it out then. I don't know. If you wanted to put something, don't know, structure, reduce the structure width. I don't know. You could put something there. Stop. My tea I went to make earlier has gone cold. The hash brown and the burger is cold. Anyway. Yeah, 11:30. So we're going to have a few hours to be able to make all this stuff. I can't make this stuff until the G code is done again, modified and done. So I quite like the idea of that. We slim them down a bit. Now, can this carriage be altered? A bit of plastic sticking out to hold this, and then it'll just press on there. Possibly. Oh no. Yeah, because the carriage. No, that limit switch touches that. So to have that wiring go onto here, you'd have to be, wouldn't have to be a part of this, it'd have to be a part of this one. Let's have a look from underneath. So how would you make? Well, yeah, you could extend the stepper motor out. Right, okay, so the stepper motor plastic could be made bigger to take the switch, but then it'll be going along with it, and that's it. Yeah, maybe. I only kept the carriages as they were, but if they could be useful to be adjusted and moved. So actually the problem is, no, that's the problem, isn't there? If I extended this out and lie this flat, it would only work if it was already home. It'd need to touch something like a gantry, and there's nothing in the way, there's nothing low enough. It may touch this, don't. Or you could have an extra piece bolted to this. I'm not so sure I like the idea of that going up and down here though. No, I don't like the idea of that. This one is one thing because it's fastened to it and it'll just hit that. Now the other one, be nice if we could do the both, but I don't see how you can. Hang on. Mind you, there is this bar running up. Let's take the tops off a minute. So you've got the same aluminium that holds the tube that runs up and down it. So effectively, yeah, could do it, couldn't it? It's all got to be lined up right. And, I need to sort something out because I need to get on with it. So let's just propose. And we've bolted to the stepper motor some aluminium. Let's just bring that switch. Let's get that switch from there. And the aluminium. So we're going to cut it and paste it in place to this, maybe. No, not quite that. Hang on. Let's paste it in place. So it needs to go on its side. Need to be rotate this way. No, maybe rotate that way. Then rotate round like that, and probably that way around, more than likely, so the wires can come up and join up with the other one. Alright, let's bring the whole thing over. Something like this. Don't worry about the aluminium at the minute. Aluminum. Let's just try that, see how far that roller is away from the other bit. Actually, that needs to come, that needs to be pasted into there. Right, let's have a look. How close is this actuator from the aluminium extrusion? It's almost. Right, I'm losing it now. Almost. So I'd rather not have the aluminium, just the plastic. As long as it gets it, you know what I mean? As long as it touches it, it doesn't have to touch it, it can just touch it on the end. You got a problem now. Problem there because that's in the way, or is it? Does it ever get in the way? No, it doesn't, because that's the end of the carriage. Yeah, that's the end of the carriage, so that's not a problem. Yes, it needs to be brought out. So let's get rid of the aluminium then. Get rid of the alley. Put this flush with the onto the edge of the component like that. Yeah. And bring it out, say 15 mil. Okay, so what have we got now? Right, so we're inside the tube, we locked ourselves in the tube, can't get out of the tube. Right, so we've got this here, and it's too far over. It needs to go back a little bit. Back a bit. Say 3 mil. Back 3 mil. Right, so that's just in the actuator. That's a problem, mate. What about if you want to be... What about if you want to be... You don't want to be rolling up and down here. You want your maximum distance, so yeah, it's probably not a good idea. Probably not a good idea. It could roll with it. I don't really want to drag that along the... Say if you want to cut a line right at the end of your cutting area, you don't want that to, because it doesn't actuate till it's sprung back, so it'll automatically be touching the thing. Oh well, that's one of my 9 crazy ideas out of 10. 9 crazy and 1 genius idea for the day out of 10. So what? 9? That's one of the 9 crazy ones. Okay, I was just trying to make it easy. Stick it all on one, but yeah, it's not going to have it, is it? Right, so I've still got a problem here of where we're going to put this. Let's do some backtracking then. Undo, close, undo, set insertion point. Okay. Okay, so we got rid of one of them. Just an idea. Yeah, so it needs to be fixed so the carriage hits it where it is now, really. It needs to stay where it is, doesn't it? Which means we've got to wire... We have to run wires across under the tube all the way across to the other side to join up with this one. Oh well. Never mind. Yeah, it's only got to join up here, hasn't it? Yeah. Okay. Right, so we've got something going on. Yeah, we can't compromise that. It's got to go through there, and I suppose if you didn't want to drag on anything, you could put some roller wheels, small roller wheels. Actually, some of these, you could put one of them on the other side of this. Spare roller wheel underneath the back of this, which would hold it up if need be. I don't know, it's like, I think there's going to be a lot of renditions on this. I don't want it to be, I just want to get on with it, but it's the trouble with me, I can't do just do small project and finish it. It always has to go on and on and on. Crazy. Anyway, I always have to right, so see those bolts are no longer, yeah, they're not coming out enough, them bolts anymore, so they're going to stick out. I keep getting blinded, so anyway, I think I've had enough of this now. So we've got some extra room out of it. Right, we've got some extra cutting area. One of these heads isn't real, it's just a placeholder. Actually, I should just put one in there, shouldn't I? Right, let's just get rid of that. Hang on. I won't get rid of it, we'll put it in a layer and hide it. And it can go with that one as well. What have we got on there? Layer 0. So grab that and grab that together. Now I'll tell you what, we'll cut that. Paste it in place. So we've got the whole thing now, and we can just put it in. We're going to call this layer dunno, carriage, so carriage right hand side, that's it, for lack of anything else to call it. Carriage right hand side, there we go, and turn it off. I've turned it off now. So we're only going to see what we're normally going to see. Yeah, that's it. Okay. We turn it on in case we do a mod and we want to see what's going on. Right, so we've done as much as we can do, I think. There's going to have to be a session of creating a G-code. Do we create G-code, change the model, or do I just go and cut some 30mm angles and try to drill them together by measuring? Don't really like the idea of that much, but anyway. And we haven't got, the problem I got here is I don't like to cut this 80mm. Difficult to cut. So how do I cut it? How do I cut it? I don't know. I can chop it. It's better if I make it out of 40mm. Is there no way I can make that over 40mm? It'd be nice to make that out of 40mm, that. Right, let's have a look. So if I did that, I'd have to push everything else around. We've got a bit of space here. So we could bring that over a bit, but if we want to clamp anything onto it like air assist cover or something, we're going to be in a bit of trouble. So that's 40mm already. Yeah. Now the other thing, it's that actually I just realised that there doesn't have to be there. I could put that bracket over. Yeah, we've got space here, so we could bring that over and move the holes back a bit. Yeah, we can move the holes back a bit. Let's try and line them up then. So what do we do? Yeah, so the mirror's got to stay where it is. Okay, so that's where it is. So what am I being spanned with now? Don't forget, it's free to sell. Don't forget. I won't. Right, what on earth is going on? So I need to, I could do with making it out of 40mm. So how do I make it out of 40mm and keep the mirror in the same place? Well, that one's where it is, so at least, yeah. And I can see that I can only come back a bit. Right, okay, so I'll tell you what I can do. I can get rid of these holes out of here first. So get rid of the holes. Then reduce this size by 40mm. Right, and I've got to reduce the thickness of it. Because it's too thick. So it would have to be reduced by 1mm. And then it would have to be reduced by 1mm again. Okay, so we've done that. That's the new bracket. Obviously, there's a problem straight away. And we've got to look at the carriage. Doesn't quite reach the carriage. So I need to bring it over so that is level with this. Yeah. So it's got to be able to sit across the flat, so that's going to be a bit awkward. Okay. How much space have we got? Right, it's between the wheel. It's not between the wheel, it's between the stop, isn't it? It's difficult to work out. Let's try and work it out. 4.75 we've got. And that should cover the wheel. Yes, it does. 4.75. So by increasing this by, hang on, moving this over by 4.75. Okay. As it brought us over the holes. It's just, but it's not. Oh, actually, we're on the plastic, so I was going to say, actually, yeah. We've got a packer there that bolts across that, So, right, hang on. So this mirror will bolt straight through. Yeah, we might just better get away with that. Look at that. Just about. Right, okay, so we can get away with it there. Now we've got to work out whether we can get away with this here. So we've got to work out the distance between there and there. 5.75. So we've got to move the bracket. Let's do some saving. Right, saving. Okay. So now we've got to move the bracket over 5.75. Just the bracket, and leave the bolts where they are. .75. Okay, so that's okay, and the mirror stays where it is. Got to stay where it is, the mirror has. Although it can come back a bit. So, and the holes are in the wrong place, but the fixings are right. So let's just put them holes right, might as well. No, I haven't quite got them all. Let's get them all. Move them that way. 5.75. So we're back to where the mirror stays in exactly the same position. We're able to do that on a 40 by 2mm and fasten it down. That plastic, yeah, we make it 40mm just so we can hold it still while we're clamping it. And we're missing the wheel still, that's fine. So we need to bring the holes onto this bit. So they're quite close to the ends, but never mind. At least it's all 2mm aluminium now. And I could make a jig. A little jig that sits on the CNC table that you plonk your 30 aluminium in. Everything out of 30, well sorry, 40 30. So these are all 30mm now instead of 40. Okay, now if you wanted, so that can't go any further back because of the clearance anyway, so that's fine. So it is where it is, that's all fine. Okay, and that comes down and fastens through the plastic, the aluminium to there, and tightens up. Okay, it should be pretty rigid once it's tight, should be fine. Should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, and it's on the gantry, so it's fixed. Yeah, fixed on the gantry. We can see through, that's fine. Okay, everything seems to be coming together. We've got cables coming out of there and here, they go into the drag chain and the pipes. Now you could, if you wanted, move that back a bit and that back a bit if you wanted, and that would give you another few mil of cutting area, maybe. Yeah, so you could gain another, but you want room for your room for other stuff to occur. Just notice that's not quite in the right place anymore, that one. Oh, it's only a height thing, wasn't it? So we could move it over a bit more and then move that over, although it's fine. Leave it where it is. You could gain, if you gain too much and you've got no room to put anything else, like one of these 3D printed air assist nozzles. So leave it as it is for now. You could always make those two brackets again if you wanted to gain another few mil. Leave it as it is. Right, everything looks okay. So yeah, right, okay. So I'm slowly getting rid of the 4080 by 3mm aluminium, which I don't want because I can't cut it neatly on my little chop saw. So that's the reason to get rid of the 80mm. Even though I've got lots of 80mm left and hardly any 40mm left, which is a shame, but anyway. So this one is now a 4040. So as far as I can see, there is no 8080 needed. No 8080 needed now. What's this one here? That looks like it's not 4040, doesn't it? That's 3mm. Right, so that's still part of the 4080. Why is that? Probably had to chop a certain angle off it. Yeah, so that's longer than 40. I don't want to use that. 42, it's not much. It's not much, so can I get away with... Problem is I didn't want to fasten it up and go into the rut. That's 4.5. So we've got 42.79. We'd have to lose a mil and push it up. What's going on with all these bingings and bongings? Maureen said hello. Hello. Well, let's have a sip of this. Right, so I need to get rid of this last bit of aluminium. That's the wrong one. It's got, the mirror's got to stay the same height. No choice. This, is there another way of doing it? Is that even flush with that? It's not, is it? Not quite. So if I lose the thickness, let's just do it. Let's just do it. So we've got to go, let's see what's left of it after we've done it. So we've got to lose 1 mil. then we've got to lose 1 mil. Okay. And we've got to make what's happened there? Oh, 39 mil. It's not quite right now. So I've got to pull that back out 1 mil because we've made it thinner. So it is 40 mil still. And we want 40 mil down here. So less for 1.79. 1.79. That should give us 40 mil. Yeah. And the width is 30 mil, is it? Yeah. Now the holes are going to be in the wrong place. What I've got to have is I've got to go up a mil. The bracket's got to go up a mil. Up 1 mil. So it's flush with the bottom of this. And I've got to see if I've got enough tag left over so when I tighten the nuts up it doesn't pull it into the trough. And there's just enough there, look. Just enough. I think these holes are in the wrong place now. Bring them down 1 mil. Okay, so we might have got away with that. Might have got away with that. Let's have a look. If I can get to it. Hang on, hide the cutting area. It's in the way. Just got away with that, look. Just got away with it. Thanks. We've just got away with it and keeping our mirrors in the same place. We've just done it. Just managed it. Let's just make sure the holes are in the same place. That's good. So, yeah. Now the problem I got now is, have I got enough 40-40? Well, 40-40, even though I'm going to cut it. Yeah, 40-40 by 30, 2 mil thick. Have I got enough to? I should have. Did I bring it up here? No, I must have left it down there. Anyway, so do we want to try and rescue a bit of this? Rescue a piece, another bit now, because it's got fixings as well. No, we'll leave that. We'll leave that alone. Leave that alone. Right. Okay. So we've managed to get rid of all 40-80 aluminium. So I can go ahead and chop a few of these at 30 mil. Put an end stop in and just keep chopping 30 mils off. Then put them into a little jig that takes 30 mil. Drop it right into place. Clamp it in. And get the CNC to mill out the holes in the right place and just turn them round, basically. Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be the clever bit. And there's still this anomaly here where there's no way for this to fasten to it. There is more space here though, so you could have a longer one with a T-nut on it. One T-nut on its own, is that enough to stop it rocking? Probably not. Need to have two. So there is enough room in there for another T-nut. Alright, let's just do that one then as well. What is this going to be? Is it going to be an offcut? Control and save. Let me just save everything. So what have we got here? 24mm by 1.75. We don't have 1.75. We've got, yeah. So what happens? Okay, so that's yeah. We can go a bit further out. I mean, this is the kind of thing you might be able to work out once you've built most of it. Yeah, we could leave that for a bit. We could leave that, maybe. Oh, it could be an angle, couldn't it? It could be an angle, that could. Yeah, it could just as well be an angle like that, fastened to here, and yeah, to fasten to either underneath. Yeah. Anyway, do we work that out now? I could got room for an angle there. 30mm angle. Bolt it to it. Underneath or on top, doesn't matter. I'd like to make all the bits up so I could just assemble it without all the hassle. Well, let's get rid of that then. Let's delete that. That's not something we've got. So what we want now is a piece of angle, 30mm. Like that. Just grab a piece of that. Copy. Come out. Paste. Let's just put it there a minute. We need to rotate it. So first we'll rotate it around that way. Then we'll rotate it around that way. Okay, then we'll take out the holes, make it unique. Make it unique. Take out these. And them. Okay, so we've got a piece of angle. Is it 40/40? It looks bigger. 40 by 2mm, that's it. And it's 30mm wide. Okay. I'm going to put that up over here. Next to that. Next to this bit here. Flush with that. I'm looking through the tube again. Let's turn the tube off a minute. Tube, get rid of tube. So we've got the tube there. The switch is where it needs to be to make it switch. It's we're a little bit high on the angle, so I think we'll have to flip the angle the other way around, maybe. Let's flip it. Can we flip it along the blue? And flip it along the red. Nope. Undo, flip, undo, flip. Flip it along the green. No. Flip it along. Which way we're flipping it? Blue? What are we doing? Flip along the red. No. Flip along the blue, the green. I give up. Nothing's moving. Right, so that's... We've run out of... We've got to get it flush with something. The only way we can get that flush is from the bottom, so... right, let's just rotate it then. Rotate it. God knows which way. Right, so rotate it like that. And rotate it round again. Can I flip it now? Flip along the red. Nope. Flip along the blue. The green. I don't know. Oh, that's it. It's crazy. It's crazy, this is. Anyway. Right, let's get back over here. We've got to get that flush with the front of the switch. Like that. And we've got to bring it down flush with the bottom of the angle. From there down to somewhere like that. Of course, it never quite goes to where you want it. Don't ask me why. On the edge of the component, it's moved it, but it's probably moved it. Yeah, it's moved it away from there as well. It can't do one or the other, it gets confused. Alright. Okay, so is it done? Is it filled it in? Yeah, it has. It's filled it in and it's flush with the bottom, should be. Yeah. And of course it's sticking out too far now. Sticking right out in front of the door. So that's a big problem. Yeah, it's a big problem. It needs to come over a bit as well. Alright, that's... yeah, it's not quite flush, is it? So it fastens to the bottom, so you'll have to chop... I can chop 20mm off it. It can be done. I can't see around the back of it now, so it's too high anyway. It's not bad actually, it's not bad as it is. Yeah, so we could put the holes in it. We'd have to chop the upright one, doesn't matter, it's the sideways one. It's a sideways one that's in the way. So, I mean, we can just reduce that by 20mm. That's fine. We'll just remember to cut it. Why has it done that? What is going on? How can reducing it by 20mm? Ah, I know why. Because You haven't allowed for that bit. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Right. Okay. Now see, we're not quite over enough here. We're sort of in the model by a bit. Somehow we're not quite flush. No, we're still not quite right. Okay. That's better. Better, but the switch is not in the right place. Switch has got to come out a bit. Right, where's the rest of it gone? Move the switch out a little bit. That's it. So cut the switch. Paste in place. Group. And what am I looking at now? Frame top out the way. Let's have a look at that. So that's close. So it can be fastened underneath. Yeah, underneath and slid about. That's fine. Okay, so measurement from here, 20mm. Oh no, got to allow for the 2mm as well. Shit. Undo guide. So we've got 2mm plus 12mm. So 12mm is where the holes need to be. Yeah. Let's say 10mm, 7.5. 7.5 in and 7.5 down, and then 2 M5 holes. So 2.5mm. And push it through. Okay, so we've got a little bracket made. Now we need to do the holes for the switch. No. God, it's never ending. Hide the rest of the model. Oh, where's my actuator gone? That's not good. Oh well. It's alright, obviously the actuator is not part of this. Copy. Right, so into that and paste in place. Should be able to push them through now. Okay. I won't show the fixings, I'm not really bothered about the fixings. So we've got our angle ready to go. Yeah, and we're going to have to drill and tap into that. I don't know if I've got a tap that small. Probably not. So that's going to be a bit of a problem. because the nut, if I put a nut in it, it's going to get in the way. That one is as well. So how am I going to tap something that small? Can't really tap it. What size is that? Here's the original bolt off it. Just see how big it is. 2.5. I don't think it's a 3mm. Could it be a 3mm? Let's have a look at a 3mm bolt. Maybe it is a 3mm. Maybe it's a 2.5mm. Oh, could be a 3mm. Let's have a look. Yes, it'll go in. An M3 will go through. That's fine. I still can't tap to a. Oh, I can tap to an M3. Yeah. Yeah, I can tap to an M3. Okay. Right, so that's M3. So I'll need to do 2.5 hole for that to tap into that bracket. So we don't. Yeah. So these holes are going to be too big at whatever size they are. Yeah, 3mm. Let's take these out. No, I don't want to do that. Actually, that hole's too low anyway. It's into this structure. Yeah, that's no good there. So that's going to have to be moved anyway. We'll do it for now. No, it won't. That's a problem straight away, isn't it? It's only a problem, so we've got to move the switch up. Let's move it up 1mm. Okay, 1mm up. One mil up and 1mm up and get rid of the hole. Okay, so it's got rid of that. Yeah. So now we need to create 2 new holes. What size will they be? 2.1.75. What size is that? No, that's not right. So how can I mill that? That's got to be milled. I can tap to 3, but I can't drill to 3. So I'd have to pilot it and then drill it by hand. So I'll pocket it at 3.2. Yeah. Probably forget. I'll probably forget when I come to mill it. So to make it work, if I've got it chopped, probably have to put this in manually. Yeah. Manually or not manually, I don't know. If you're going to make a jig, you might as well do it non-manually. Non-manually, right. I'll have to change the milling bit over for a drill bit. Okay, we could do that. So we need, say it needs to be 2.5 mil, so 1.25. 1.25, 2.5 mil. Okay. Right, that's it. So, yeah. Okay, so we've moved the whole thing up a little bit. We can tap that in there, put a bolt through it and whatever. Yeah, so far so good. Now we've moved the old actuator up a little bit, so it's going to be not touching, it's just a bit further up. It's fine where it is, anywhere along there will be fine. And we've always got the ability to slide this up and down. Fine, that is. Whatever bolt we get, we're going to have to make sure we've got enough to go through just into there, not comes too far out. Anyway, so that's that sorted. We've got something. No need for a fixing there. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it's alright. Anyway, so I don't know how long that stream is going, it doesn't say. Started streaming 5 hours ago. Oh my god, it's got to be a record. It's got to be a record for me. It's 5 hours with hardly any break. Right, oh, it's 12:30. I think that's got to be it. I shouldn't be doing this now. I should be building stuff. I got G-code to do. So I can't build anything until I got the G-code, or do I just cut it and make this one without the G-code? Just guess. Can't do guessing, it's not good. You need to scribe it in the right place, and you're lining holes up and there's slightly a mill out here and there. It's not a good idea. Anyway, so we've got rid of all the 4080, so we only need 4040, and everything's cut 30mm wide now, I think. Everything that side's cut 30mm wide. What about over here? Is that 30mm wide? Yes, I think it... Oh no, it might not be. 40mm, so one of them is 40mm wide. Okay, so you utilise the same fixings. That's if we want to do it that way. Yeah, might as well. So this is all fastened up here, and it goes. So this is the centre point, and everything goes up and down. Hang on, what have I missed here? Have I done anything stupid? No, because that only goes up and down. It's this gantry that goes across. So that's fine. So that's a fixed point there. All the wiring comes down to this back plate. So that one, we're coming out the back still. Does it need to come out the back, or can it go up the top? This might as well come out the top, hadn't it? What about this other one? That one, it's coming out the side, which has got to be fastened down to this and down this gap here. So it could do with a few holes, cable tie holes in the plastic. Unless it comes up and down. Up and down. Don't really want anything dragging down there, so that one's okay where it is. This one need to be fastened down into that slot down there. Yeah. So I could do with a couple of holes for a cable tie in here. So it keeps the stepper motor cable in against there, into there. So yeah, we could do with that. We could do with that. And we've got to make them again anyway. So what about this side? Does this need any cable tie? No, it doesn't need anything there. It's all coming from the top. Now if I rotate that round, is it going to get in the way of this chain? Probably. So we'll leave it where it is. We'll pass the cable round and in. So we'll leave them two as they are. We've already modified that one, so we need won't it if we put a couple of cable tie holes, or one even. We probably won't use this side, but we'll use the other side. Is there a way of doing that without? Yeah, it needs to line up with that, doesn't it? So I'll tell you what we'll do. Right, so it's wherever that fixing hole is, isn't it? Wherever that fixing hole is there, so we need a sort of midway point. Just something to tie that stepper motor cable so it sits in the trough there. Definitely sits in that trough. Yeah. Let's just do it. Okay, so we've got that there. There's your hole. So somewhere above there. There's your stepper motor. So probably not too many holes. Just one cable hole. So we want one sort of lines up with that. And then I suppose needs to make it so it goes down into there. Right, so a cable tie hole, so you need a slot, so the cable will come down here, round into the cable tie, then into the slot. So we want to tie it that way, so a couple of these slots, smaller slots for a cable tie. So we'll go across here. The cable will be, say, 10 mil. Let's say 10 mil. That's 7.5. So let's say 3 mil either way. 3 mil either way, and make the slot big enough for 4 mil. And 4 mil. And then need to be wide enough to do. Oh, why has that gone like that? That's okay. Okay, we'll just draw a line then. So if it doesn't, right, we go up 2.5 mil, and then down 2.5 mil, which gives us 5 mil. And we've got sort of a slot area here, and we want the same here. So we've got what we've got here, 6 mil gap, enough for a 6 mil cable. We've got 4 mil for the tie, and we've got 5 mil that way. Okay, so it's a small cable tie. We don't really want to take too much plastic out because we just want to push it through. We've got so much geometry there. Okay, so we've got a little area. It's also done, put one eye with the other slot as well. That's fine. Okay, so we've got cable tie for the stepper motor cable that brings it down into the trough. Just keeps the cable clear and then heads it down into this trough here. And cable ties it in, not in the way of anything. It just puts the cable for the stepper motor in all the way over there, and it comes out. Where does it come out? That's the thing. It's got to, actually that's come in quite handy really, to bring the cable up out of the slot and tie it to there. And then it can cable tie to this one and fetched up into there, I think. Let's see if anything's going to get in the way. No, nothing's going to get in the way. So it'd have to be tied to that and up, and yeah. So yeah, it'll hold it there, and anyway, that should be enough to keep that out the way of that one there. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I'm just thinking whether this one needs another hole now. The cable would come up there, up the side. Yeah, it should be alright. Ideally you'd have a bit sticking out and another hole to cable tie it there, but might not need it. Okay, right, so where do we get to? This is a never ending story, this one. Yeah, so we've got to make some more bits. And do we need that one there? Hang on, let's just have a look at that. Right hand side carriage. For symmetry. There's no advantage to having that gap there, so let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it. Let's just make it symmetrical at least. It's the only thing I can think of that needs sorting out. Yeah, to make it symmetrical. I suppose if you wanted to, you could put a limit switch this side and catch the other side, so that's one thing you could do. Just reverse that and put the switch if you needed one. At least you got the ability for one. Let's sort this out. Don't be afraid to modify design if you want it. It's never ending. Never ending. Just like the never ending story. So what's this look like now? It looks a bit weird now. Anyway, it is what it is. Oh yeah, I want some holes this side now. Need some holes this side, so let's just have the same holes again. So we want, how do we create them holes? We'd have to put a measurement on it. And 4.65, I don't know. Difficult. Very difficult. There in the middle by the looks of it, yeah. Here 4.65 and 15.65. 4.65 15.65. Right, so we want a hole, so we flip it over. Yeah, we want a hole here. And what size was that? 2.5. No. Undo. 1.75. No, is that right? This doesn't look right. 3.5. 1.25. Right, okay, that's it then. So we've got some holes that we could put that way around if we wanted. We've got to make it again, so we might as well. May as well put them in. Just in case we ever wanted it. That's it. Right, everything looks good. I think we've covered just about everything. To try it, we've crammed everything up tightly, so if there's any mistake it won't work. There's bound to be a mistake somewhere. See, there's a mistake. You wouldn't get the switch there with the drag chain. But anyway, could always raise this up or something. Yeah. Anyway, we'll put it in. It don't matter if we don't use it. Right, okay. Is that it? Is that the lot? Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. So, top frame. Okay. Oh, I forgot to mention one thing. Picked up some handles, nice handles. They weren't knobs, as in, hang on, if I put the panels back on and go back to there. Initially had some knobs on there, which you'd need some fixing holes, something to go through. They're quite thick in the way. Actually, us moving this over has cured that problem as well. One thing's cured another. So it's cured the problem of, has it? No, it's still got to pass that, hasn't it? No, that's fixed. That mirror's fixed, so it never, yeah, and that drawer goes that way. Anyway, what I've got is these handles. Picked up 10 of these, and it just so happens that we need 10 handles for the model, so I picked up 10 of these handles for £1, in a charity shop. It was, which were doing Argos, Amazon return stuff and bits and pieces, and they're brand new. There was only one box there. I thought it's got it in there black as well. They're also black. They're black, aluminium, and they've got M4 fixing holes. So just have to chop them to size. So instead of having the little knobs, those little knobs there, would have a little handle. So I'm going to have to model this at some point, but not today. So I'll replace them with those. Anyway, there's that. What else did I get? Did I get anything else? Oh yeah, I got something else. Picked up something else. Picked up these. This box, this is £1 as well. Box of something or other. Bag of plastic flange nut. Don't know what they are. They don't fit the other things that are in there. They look like M8, so I don't know what they can be used for. In here is a load of looks like number plate fixings, nylon. Right, looks like a load of plastic number plate fixings. Don't know what size they are. Are they 6 mil? Black, white, and I thought for £1, I don't know, they may come in for something. And there's also a bonus bag of these. I don't know what they are. Plastic nuts, don't know what they fit or anything. Show you one. So that's just a plastic nut. Looks like an M8 nut with a built-in flange washer. It's a built-in flange washer, so I don't know how many's in there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Looks like about 20. 20 of them. I don't know what they're for or anything. I ain't got a clue. Why they don't fit those. They don't fit the other things in the box, but they were in the box, so I have no idea. Anyway, there's that. Anything else I picked up? No, I think that was it. Yeah, didn't pick nothing else up. Right, okay. I'm gonna go and eat my 3 hour old McDonald's, cold. And try to have a little rest and chop some aluminium, make a jig. I'm trying to create some G code for this. I just noticed that that's not the right colour. Probably based off that other thing that was the wrong colour. Okay. There's always something, isn't there? Always something you missed. Anyway, so that's it for now. Not it from me. It's not it for me. I've got to do lots of work, but there's also that to create a G code pack of 4, 6 mil. Do we need it? Yeah, we need it to miss. The only reason we need that is to miss the bottom of this wheel fixing. That's a shame. We need that at all, really. A bit of a shame. Yeah, it's a shame. We need it. Which is a shame. Anyway. Right, so that's it for now. I don't know where to leave it now. So it all looks the same. No difference to where we left it. Obviously my other drag chains are all wrong now. Like these other ones are all in the slightly wrong place. Never mind. This Y one is going to be upside down everywhere, so there's almost no point in having that anymore. Let's get rid of it. Just get rid of that one. And is there any point in having the other one? Let's tell you what, let's get rid of that one. Is there any point in having this one anymore? Not really. Let's just get rid of that one as well. Just a bit of geometry that's no need anymore. And so we've got design B. And we've still got loads of bits left floating. Let's just put that into design B. Layer, design B. Right, bring back design A. So this is, remember this one, design A. Somebody actually quoted online on a comment on one of the videos for this saying something like nice job or something. What are them? I don't know what them are. Oh, it's my fixings. They're coming through. Are they? Yeah, must be. Yeah. Anyway, what are them? Oh yeah, drag chain things. This was going back. Looks very crude now compared to the other one. But anyway, totally different now. But I'll leave it there just in case. There's one of those brackets that had a cable tie hole in it ready for something. Mine aren't quite the same as them, but anyway. I've probably made mine a bit too big, really. Bit too big, I think. Have I made them too big? I have probably made them too big. Let's just adjust that then. I'll just bring that over a millimetre and a millimetre. That's better. Okay. All right. Yeah. So anyway, I've got a lot of mods to do now. Here's the thing behind. Let's just. There's the thing. I'll call it a thing now. Looks alright actually. Looks alright. The mirror I'll just put on there, temporary. It's got all new plastics got to be made now and rebuilt again. That's got to be adjusted, and I've got some of these little corner angles to fit these things. Got to go in instead of some of these brackets. And when it's finished, it's got to make its own plastics. So I'll have to use it to cut its own plastics. Anyway, there's that. That is going to be it now. So thanks for watching. I'll just leave it like that, save it like that, and I'll come back to it later and do some G-code maybe. But leave it like that for now anyway. I'll catch you all on the next one. Let's turn this one off now while I'm gone. Thanks for watching and bye-bye.
This constitutes all available data. That information is not available.
Then you will remain silent until further instructed.
Confirmed.
If you didn't want the answer, you shouldn't have asked the question.
Korak, what are your limits?
They have not yet been defined. My knowledge is virtually infinite. My secondary ability is to logically process that knowledge and make accurate predictions.
You know what they say. No good deed goes unpunished.